I was lost in France, on the fields the birds were singing. I was lost in France, and the day was just beginning. And I stood there in the morning rain. I had a feeling that I can't explain. I was lost in France in love. I was lost in France. In the streets the band was playing, and the crowd all danced. Didn't catch what they were saying. When I looked up, you were standing there. I knew I shouldn't, but I didn't care. I was lost in France in love. I was lost in France, and the vines were overflowing. I was lost in France, and a million stars were glowing. And I looked around for a telephone to say, baby, I won't be home. I was lost in France in love. The vines were overflowing. I was lost in France, and the million stars were glowing. And I looked around for a telephone to say, baby, I won't be home. I was lost in France, and I was lost in France. by shoeless feet. Inside its long, it's so complete, watched by the shivering sun. Old eyes in a small child's face, watching as the shadows race through the walls of cracks that leave no trace until its brightness shines. The days of Pearly Spencer, the race is almost run. Those are days of Pearly Spencer. The race is almost run. Those pressed hard and frosted glass is as a swollen mass on concrete fields where grows no grass. Dying blindly on iron trees smother the air, but withering they stand and stare as your eyes that neither know nor care where the grass is gone. From the days of Pearly Spencer, the race is almost run. From the days of Pearly Spencer, the race is almost run. Early words, your milk white skin, what's that stubble on your chin? Buried and the Roger chin, the lost not one. You played a house that can't be beat. Now look, your head's bowed in defeat. You walked too far along the street where only rags can run. It was the days of Pearly Spencer. The race is almost run. It was the days of Pearly Spencer. The race is almost run. Your milk white skin, what's that stubble on your chin? Buried in the right gut gin, you played lost not won. You played a house that can't be beat. Now look, your head's bowed in defeat. You walked too far along the street where only grass can run. Those are days of Pearly Spencer. The race was almost run. It was the days of Pearly Spencer. The race was almost run. Shut up! I'm playing! Shut up! Sure. hoax. COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax. Corona is a joke. What are you going to do when you find out they went to made a don't know how? Corona's a hoax. COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax. Corona is a joke. What are you going to do when you find out they went to made a don't know how? What are you going to do when you find out they went to make a joke about you? Corona's a whole lot of hoax. Corona's a whole lot of hoax. Put on your mask, try to be good. Boy. Put on your mask, try to be good. What are you going to do when you find out we went to make a joke about you? There's a whole lot of folks. There's a whole lot of folks. See the light, see the light. Corona's a whole lot of folks. See the light of heaven. I give thee all, I can no more. The poor the offering be. My heart and draw the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals the soul of the world. But for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail alive, just to keep life's clouds away. At least it'll make them lighter stars and never if they stay. And even if care at moments flings in discord of life's happy strange, all that love but gently touch the streams will always sweet again. All that love but gently touch the streams will always sweet again. Greetings, my friends. How you doing? I'm at a little slope here, but I think maybe the sound will come through a little bit better. And I'm a little slope anyway, or at least I did believe for years I was on a slope, not thinking about it too deeply. Oh yeah, 4 songs there. Quite out of breath, and I'm okay, right? But let me have a drink and let me say how you doing, and thanks for tuning in. Whoever's listening. I'm here on my own, playing a few songs, and I'm going to express a few thoughts and um, everything in a peaceful, relaxed, calm, and loving manner. I should hope anyway. So I was going to cheers and having a few cans of Carling in this so-called New Year, which maybe not quite the New Year yet. We'll point out as I put in the description. 2021. When you multiply 20, so 2021. When you read it like that, 2021s. Numbers are funny. This is all more my thoughts than anything else. I haven't expressed anything, written down anything, but just consistent sort of thoughts. But numbers are funny. When we think about 21 or 42, 2 ones or 4 twos, we think of 2021, well, 2021s, 121, 221, etc., 2021s. Well, it gives a specific number, and can you guess what that is? Let's see how good your education is. So yeah, before we get into it, I'll say cheers, and I hope you enjoy. Hope the music, hope the sound came across okay enough. I have the volume down to funny enough. Well, I'll tell you what it's down after you worked out what 20 times 21 is. What do you reckon, Steve? Pretty easy one for you. 420, right? So I have the volume down to 42. So maybe it came through a little bit better. I'll go through the songs. If you're a bit older like I am, relatively, right, 48, you'll recognize them. Maybe you won't recognize any of those songs. Well, you definitely won't recognize the third one because the original song by me, Corona's a hoax. I sang it yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? One or the other. When specifically, right, because I sing it once or twice during the day when I was busking outside of Brown Thomas, my usual spot. And yeah, 2 cops just happened to be walking by, or just were approaching to walk by. So I reckon that was a good time to sort of blast into it. And well, anytime the cops do pass me, they just sort of keep their head down and walk on, occasionally salute. And I myself, I'm not sure whether to salute them or not, because I already told them only last week as well. I was up to them again, a young fella there just at the desk, and treachery and treason that is going on here with Corona, the Corona hoax, the Corona deception is beyond measure in a sense. And I just reminded them, as I normally do, it comes back to the individual. You choose to do this, and I'm aware there's a different game in play. My heart tells me there's a different game in play, but I have to sort of say these things anyway. So I have said that, so I'm sure they all know who I am up there. And me singing that Corona's a hoax, I guess in other times, in Demolition Man times, could be viewed as incendiary, right? Because you're singing around an empty street. The streets are empty, and I have to say I love it. I prefer. I don't care. It's not as if I don't have any. I have nothing. I have nothing really. But I have in a monetary sense. I don't have anything. I don't even mind if I don't have much anyway. Because if I was to kind of all the I have a couple of £100, a couple of €100 to my name. That's all. I had to shell out for my computer there. So bad news, my friends. Well, I'll get into that in a few minutes. But the point being, you didn't hear the third song. So that's the original song. A little clip it. I could definitely envisage putting some appropriate graphics to that and just putting it on my channel, which I've been thinking of doing as well, doing some covers and just I reminded myself now about the few extra quid I had to shell out, which was for a new hard drive. My hard drive crashed and I never saved it. I never backed up all the stuff I had on it. So I'll talk about that in a second. Uh, Before I do that, if you're more advanced in years, like I am, Days of Pearly Spencer, which is the second song, you might recognize it. It's a one-hit wonder. I think for, as far as I'm aware anyway, Dave McWilliams is the writer and performer. I didn't do too great a job. It's difficult to get it exactly on the harmonica and guitar. Not that I practice too much anyway, but I should be able to do a better job after a little bit of practice. And I'm thinking when I play the harmonica as well, I should sort of forget about um, the official sort of versions of things. I'm well capable of, at this stage anyway, just sort of improvising. So having a close enough version without an exact replica of the official song. But the song itself is very interesting and it stuck with me from the 80s. And more applicant now, I would say, than ever. And maybe I knew it before, but just looking up the lyrics, David Bowie did a version of it as well. So that would be interesting to hear. And yeah, that's the third song. That's the second song. So you might have heard that, and might not have the first song. Maybe same era. I didn't hear of that until relatively recently, a few years ago. Just my next door neighbor, Patricia, loves the song. That's the um, next door neighbor. All her lives there. And that's where I got it. So that song actually has meaning to me as well. Just France has a significance to me. So the last time I talked about that, um, you know, I waffled on for maybe an hour and a half and took over the core, whatever idea was behind the structure of the show, which there wasn't any anyway. But yeah, France definitely see it. And if I maybe can go back and adjust, of course I can adjust the screen title here of the show. I might put in Paris-Starcus, Aristarchus, Paris-Starcus, all very significant. The initial, remember, the Statue of Liberty, which represents Isis, the divided male and female. Uh, uh, the original heart, right, the flame of liberty, still resides in Paris, Paris-Starcus. And now I know I'm not paying any attention to the mainstream news at all, really. What's going on with Trump? But just from little snippets I hear here, there, and there, Paris, Paris seems up in flames. There's lots of protesters, lots of protesting going on around the world, lots of fakery as well, and lots of scripts being played out. So that's what I'm aware of. That's why I'm not bothered about getting into even the surface level. I sort of did all of that maybe 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I would have been all over all of this stuff. Other people are all over it now. So we moved on just to realize that it's all a script, but that it's happening in Paris. I think that would be the center of focus. And well, for what reason? Well, that's another matter. To start talking about what I think the reason may be. Well, okay, the screen keeps going off. Okay, well, that's a different matter. Sirius is important in it. Sirius as well. Sirius. So Isis is in there. Just mentioned the original flame is in Paris. I can't show you my picture that relates to. I had to get my computer seen to, but just the original flame alone, without the hand, just the flame, just that eternal flame. Eternal flame is also to be found in JFK's memorial. So of course we know JFK, the media hoax event, but it's not just a hoax event because some fucking devious tricksters who try to trick us and take advantage of us and take all our energy, even on a soul level. I think it's not because people are trying to. Is it adrenochrome or androchrome, whatever it is, trying to absorb your energy and strive off of it? I don't think so. I think there's a script playing out, and ultimately, but because we're a greater nature, script is intimately connected with us and our true nature. I did put in the description box of the chat, ARISTARCHUS, R-I-S-T, right? R-C-H, us. And I put in Mount Meru, so Mount Meru, me are you. So if that's connection is made, so I am you, we're all of the same kind. Well, how is the story being told? How is the story being translated? Um, this is where the script comes into it, and this is where the reading of the script comes into it. And all I'm doing is expressing my, even in a shitty way, it's a stupid way. What I'm doing here is stupid. It's stupid. I'd be a different person if I was interacting with another person, which I was actually. I had a few good conversations today. One was with Flat Earth Ireland, John, who was anyone who's regular here. Any of the three of me was Casper, Friendly Ghost. So I just bumped into him, even though he doesn't even live in Limerick anymore. He's moved away to Nina, but just bumped into him in a conversation, maybe an hour long. By the river, we had a can and we had a chat and a smoke as well. Just totally random chance. He was just down there for another reason, but yeah, I met another guy actually. He stopped me and said, "You've seen me before, like a distinguished man." That's okay. What are you going to say to that? And then we started talking, and we ended up talking for about 15, 20 minutes. And he lives locally as well, so I definitely might call down to him again. When it comes to flat Earth, people, I won't say to tune out. He didn't tune out, but he didn't hear as well at the same time. You know what I mean? And that's for a longer sort of development as well. You're only getting to know someone, and you're only getting to know their ideas and thoughts. I reckon if I had, all I need is if someone was serious about it, if someone was deadly serious about it, because obviously you have to do your own thinking. And I was sold on selling them flat Earth, which is a psyop in itself. Earth, it's not flat because Earth has not been defined. When you define Earth, then you can say it's flat. Now you can talk about the surface we live on being fundamentally flat when viewed over a grander scale. But when it comes to what Earth actually is, well, we know what it isn't. We know it's not the spinning ball in space. So what actually is it? So if it's something different, or if it's something at all, you have to say what it is in order to apply these adjectives, right? You understand what an adjective is, a descriptive word of the noun. So the noun itself, which is Earth, which is very interesting. Why is we look at words like God and Earth? I'm talking to myself now more than anyone else, right? But all these fundamental words, these fundamental concepts, ideas, these notions, and we're made up of notions. This is what we are. It's ultimately it's all in the mind. If my memory was gone in the morning, I would forget everything. In a sense, I'm after forgetting everything. I'll get into that in a second too. Anyway, yeah. So fundamentally, all this is notions, and all there is our idea of now. So where is your mind at now? I recommend it many times, and I think I played it and got away with it, which was Killer Spaceman, and their party sentiment. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind, and it's funny. Mark of the Beast, right? Mark of the Beast, Mask of the Beak, Mask of the Beak. And funny, I was just thinking to myself, at the latter stages, we have the spiraling tower of pizza like. Remember cake, you know those cake decorations where you have the many layers. It's very. I cast my mind back now to 2 or 3 years ago, where it definitely had a good look and a good think about this, the video especially, as well as the words, right, alongside the words, the lyrics. But at the very end, yeah, you have this ever increasing sort of tower of pizza tower, and as you go upwards, you see all the characters wearing beaks. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? When we talk about the mask of the beak, Admiral Byrd, all of these things tie into something, and what that something is, I think, yeah, well, it's our story, our true natures, and I think this is the ultimate, you know, the ultimate lesson to be learned here, to put the disparate pieces together and apply to yourself your own being, your own understanding, your own mind, your own heart, you know, and see. Well, I say, well, you'll see that everything reflects us. The external, the material reflects the immaterial. Yeah, the material reflects the immaterial. So because we're of an immaterial, greater nature, well, the material where we find ourselves in the construct matrix will do that reflecting. How many layers are there? I was thinking about that today myself. When I piece my other half, my female counterpart, Is there a layer beyond that? Of course there is. We're not material. And so I think, divine. So you divine, you take yourself away from the vine, take yourself away from the tree of life. And I've always said that, I've always understood that we're beyond the tree of life. Even though I say all roads lead to Aristarchus, I always nearly mean to put in nearly all roads lead to Aristarchus, because that's the heart of the material. And we are ventured into this material. So, yeah, what lies beyond, right? And well, I was just talking about this, not talking about, maybe arguing about it, but I said to my mother, well, I came away from um, officialdom. I came away from atheism. I came away from nihilism, existentialism, and all that sort of stuff. Uh, to come to understand that, like, I don't just have 70 short years where everything is meaningless on both and all sides. No, now I have eternity. I have eternity, and that's a big leap. Maybe that's why I do nothing in life. I don't know which way to go. But I don't think to myself, well, even within the story of life, we have characters like Methuselah and Noah who've lived to 900. So if I was 48 and I did nothing really of any substance, which could be gauged, there's, anything of worth, which is not true anyway. If outside of anything else, my beautiful son, that's all it requires. I mean, if I did fuck all on either side of ever, um, just that interconnection is there, that my son wouldn't be there without me and my core essence. That's enough for me. I don't care about anyone ultimately, but yeah, 48. If I was to live to 900, it's a baby, right? The baby doesn't matter what you did; it's what you learned along the way. Fucking hell, if I unlearned so much, I reckon, and well, yeah. Not sure about you. It's fucking funny now because every show I've done here, right? When I aim my speech or my talk somewhere, and my eyes, my vision somewhere, it's always at this little dot, which is the light for the camera on the computer, and immediately came to my brain there. I think maybe for the first time, I'm talking to Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. HAL is very interesting. When we think of the H and we think of the A and the L in relation to the H, like a child with building blocks, how can you transform one into the other? Well, when we bring the two sides of the H on paper, and when we bring two sides of the H together and we drop the crossbar, we get an L on either side, right? And this is what the whole E is about. So we have the E on either side with the options, the left option, the right path, the left path, the right path. But the E is the other way. So we connect the E and we just join the two halves, capital E. When we spirit, Holy Spirit, we bring the top and the bottom up to the center. There we get the H. And that's the human. And this is not all airy fairy stuff. We have a heart, we have a head, and well, we have a gut. These are the three centers, the generative center, the G, the big G. What does the big G mean? When we think of the G in terms of its construction, well, it ends in a certain place, doesn't it? It terminates in a certain place, definitive place, and that's in the lower aspect, the ground level. So, yeah, that's it. Well, H U man. So where do you have to go? So CH RIST, Aristarchus. So RIST, RCH us. So we have to go from the CH to the ST. This is what we've been told. We apply that to these different aspects of our being. The immaterial, which is the head center, and everything is ultimately upside down. Let me get you to imagine this. My male, my female, and my female, and see, maybe someone will say that I'm struggling there because maybe I'm actually, it's been said loads of times, I'm transgender. But well, my female, imagine this, my female and me, my aspect combined. So into the one, we have four legs, four arms, right? The back is sort of connected, the backs are connected, and the guts are connected, right? So it's just one being. but there's sort of two heads. Think about the brain. I think the brain actually folds down, right? So the brain is unfolded upwards. So as it folds down, do you know what I see, my friends? A flower. I see a fucking flower. So because we're upside down anyway, and everything is flowing downwards, this is why in my body, as I stand and walk around under this supposed ether, never meant for us, this is why sun begins with the S, the divided S, right? So the S crosses both sides, right? Uh, because we are in a divided state. This is why the Bible literalists are so prominent and trying to sell you the idea of God the Creator, that this is all part of God's natural creation. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This is unnatural in every level. And they will sell you that, most unlikely because they've come to be hyper skeptical about science, but yet they'll believe a book without further research into historical revisionism, and take it absolutely literally without straying. Bible literalist is a character associated with Quantum Eraser, Adam Meakin, Nathan Oakley. Ultimately, the I call them the Patoki crew, is transcontinental matter, right? Britain and America, in a sense. Yeah, they're all in cahoots. Are they in cahoots against you ultimately? They could be. You just have to realize they're in cahoots as well, and they're playing, first of all, and playing a part. But once you do that, well, what's their role? Why won't they be open? Why are they trying to sell you? They're trying to sell you the Jewish God. And the Jewish God is what? The Jewish God. When we get to the H, you can go upwards. This is what the S, the philosopher's stone, is. Because first of all, we have to realize, and this isn't an age-old conundrum. Martiniki talks about mud floods, and a relatively recent, when I pushed Martin about he talks about 800 years as an origin to what we're in now. Well, was it before that? Everything seems to have restarted 800 or so years ago. He talks about intermittent resets or mud floods and all that sort of stuff, but he goes back to 800 years. Vaguely enough, I say 422 years. And I say that and if you base it on the back of the dodo, but also, other evidences. Nico helped the original 911 no planar, because it's all scripted, right? So he went on to produce a tome of work called Google 1649 edition, basically. In all of his comprehensive research, which is a massive tome of work, a hard copy, no primary source material to predate 1649ish, which is 400 or 350, 300 and whatever years ago. Well, I can work that out easily. 350 is 51, 371 years ago. So, well, I can be more definitive and say 422. Reading the story, understanding Nico helped is just, he's another actor, right? So he's a clue giver. Well, that's where everything culminates in the dodo. And the discovery of the dodo bird in 1598. So I label that as year 01, 0 or 1, however you want to start, which is interesting as well. I predicted something like Corona. I never listen back to my own, rarely, if ever, listen back to my own shows. I don't just, I'm here at the time. I don't particularly like listening back to myself, but I'm not averse to it. And I certainly, if I was of the right mind, should get into listening back to myself. When I was in Ennis and I was saying to myself, if I'm the most interesting man, I can meet there's something wrong. And yeah, I don't feel myself as an interesting man, although these days I certainly have a lot to say, but it's only via contrast. That when I bump into other people, when I start talking about what I would consider basic considerations. Today was a good example with Flat Earth and Marcus, who I was talking to, who's an architect. Very interesting. I'll call down to him now. Maybe it is a friendship. Yeah, but yeah, what do you mean? He said, the first thing he said was, I've been flown everywhere on Earth, and I've looked out the window loads of times of the plane, and I've seen curvature. I said, well, man, think about it like this. First of all, the plane windows themselves are curved, but also, if you have no questioning in your mind, you're not going to look with a skeptical eye. And, what appears to be the case might not always be the case. So again, basic level stuff, and before you know it, then you're in general. I'm not saying Marcus was a perfect gentleman, lovely guy now, honestly, and He was just briefly talking about his own difficulties in regards to the hierarchy within the Limerick superstructure here, the people who run the county, local politicians, local businessmen, etc., and their opposition to change or any new, because as we're saying, we know it's all corrupted, man. Everything is corrupted from the top down. The Masons control everything at a sort of functional level. Then you have the higher powers, the Mason connects with the church, you name it. Who's at the ultimate top? This becomes the question: who the they is. But yeah, to get back to the H, right? So the H, when you bring the two aspects, the divided aspects together, where does the crossbar go? Well, you can raise the crossbar, you can lower it. When we lower it, we get hell, HLL, and we have the whole E, right? So that's the sort of like the that's why E is the most popular, or sorry, it's the most used, the most common English letter because of what it represents. It represents all of us, right? And there's three different aspects to us with the central spine. Now, we can go upwards or downwards, right? Ultimately, everything has to come back to the heart because we are of, as I mentioned that, I actually touched Jesus's heart tonight. Not for any reason, give me luck with the shore or anything like that, but just because I have a relationship with the statue of Jesus outside, and I see the Sacred Heart inside. I actually did touch the heart. I'm not sure if that, no, it's definitely not the first time I touched it, but I know it's significant that Jesus points to his heart. So this is where everything has to go through. This is the heart center. It's the connection point of the analema, the eight. Anal am I, right? Anal am me, analema. Yeah. You look at your asshole, whoever it is, Steve. If you're listening, my love, well, look at your. If you don't believe me, look at your asshole in the mirror. Get yourself a mirror, and just look at it and organize something to take a picture. You don't need to bring anyone else into it. Just take a picture or take a video. Anyway, the point being, look at the sun above the atmosphere, and you get something very anus-like. So when we have the analema, which basically describes the path of the sun over a continual basis on a yearly pattern, right? Which is fundamentally is, look, I said this many times, you have the movement at the center, which is going up and down, spring and fall, springing up, falling down. As it does that, its emanation, like a fire hose, is being cut, so the water is spraying everywhere. As it's moving up and down, it will, from our perspective, in and out, its emanations, its reflection. And this is what we see the sun doing on an annual basis. Did you know that the moon does the trip, the voyage of the sun on a monthly basis? Did you know that? Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. If you didn't, you have to ask the right questions, I guess. But that's, the certain things, observations can be made by all, can't be denied. And that's what we've got to go back to. Once we see that the earth itself, the structure itself, the surface we live on is stationary, well, something is moving. So, when I talk about all of these clue givers, the Tokli crew, for instance, well, yeah, you got to make what you make of it. To understand that controllers are capable and well capable of controlling both sides. If everything is construct, everything is scripted, well, what role do any of these new characters that you have encountered play? You've got to wake up to that. You've got to ask the questions first of all. And well, my conclusions after all of this time would be that they're clue givers. Their story is our story. The story of every man. It's my story. His story we know is not true. It's because it's separated from us. And God is He, by the way. Interesting. All of these pronouns and terms used to describe any of these greater ideas, ideals, notions have been handed to us, have been given to us, ultimately by the hidden hand. So it's part of the script. So we can see the significance. If we see the significance in words, then these must we see the significance in letters if everything is part of the construct. You know what I mean? So every word you look at, from the simplest is, do, to do. Right? Do is found within God. To do, what's to think, well, there you have the TH again, but the TH is the philosopher's stone, to understand that we are this divided state. Of course, materialism, given to us ultimately by Aristarchus of Samos, as the history books tell us, is just all about material, right? Everything is accident and chance. You're just one being. When that thing goes, it's gone. We have separate component parts, but ultimately, it's just a material whole functioning. Well, yeah, when we come away from that obvious untruth, well, where does that lead us? Well, it leads us to understand that the people who gave us the obvious untruth know the truth now, or the people, or the forces, or the powers. So that is why flat Earth is a psyop, to realize that the spinning ball Earth just not is, just isn't, right? Just not is. Well, that's what do you want? A clap? What do you want? A medal? You want a gold star? Man, it's obvious. But what is the greater story then? Connecting, combining all of us. His story, our story, my story. My story, mystery, 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 M-I-S-T. When you look at the word man, right, so H-U man, so we are man, M-A-N. Well, when you switch the letter around, you get A-M-N, amen. God is the I am. Why is God the I am? And why in that particular order? Because order makes a difference. These are the questions that we have to ask. Well, not we have to ask. Who's asking? Where do you go to ask these questions? All the hangouts I do here, I've no one to talk to. I've no one to talk to. I mean, it's not. I'm not going to say I'm complaining. I'm not. Well, I am in a sense. I've been through it all. When you look for people to expand in an honest and open fashion, there's always a gate. Always a gate. I haven't met anyone yet where there isn't a gate. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about people talking to them face to face, knowing them in chat and maybe talking to them face to face, or in an open manner on air or live in some way. There's always a gate. But yeah, where you find yourself in relation to that gate, you decide. The first song, Lost in France, yeah, very special. So yeah, getting lost in France, almost got lost in France. Sirius is very significant. I was in France, in Paris, and my son was in Paris when he was in his mum's belly. So I think that it's all written the way it's written. That's the only conclusion I can come to. The more I think about it as well, especially in these times, I actually wrote as well, I mentioned that, 2021, which is not quite here yet, but 2021 is 420. So 420 being significant, bringing us back to, 420 last year, which is, another interesting topic to talk about. Easter Sunday this year, which is 44, April 4th. Now, Easter Sunday last year was April 12th, which was 8 days behind. So April 12th and 8 days, because we're told that it took Jesus 8 days to ascend following death and resurrection. That's why I say 420, 2020 marked year 0/1. But like with 9/11, or like with Corona, I predicted the transformation for Easter 2019. You can go back and see it on my channel. I had all my hopes, all my bottomless hopes, I guess, almost pinned on it, and more disappointment. But I started counting. I realized I started counting from the year 2000, which was 2000 instead of 2001. And considering how significant 9/11 has been in my later life, the last 10 years and beyond, I would say 20 years since it happened, very significant all the way through. But more especially the pathway towards truth and what am I going to say? Truth, realization, symbolism that I've come along. Yeah, I should have known. You should have known better. Yeah, you don't count from 0, you count from 1. So 420, 2020, year 0, year 1 could be this 420, which would be 16 days after Easter Sunday. 16 is 8 and 8. And remember, you are 1/8, HU man, and your female counterpart is the other 8, or your male counterpart. If you're a female, I don't think there's many females here. Well, women seem to be scared of me. They haven't touched me in years. You think I'm joking? But the initial song, Lost in France, Bonnie Tyler sang it from the 80s. And when Bonnie was another character presented, the only characters presented, each containing their own bit of truth. But Bonnie made famous the song Total Eclipse of the Heart. Once, let me trigger what I'm having a cigarette. Once upon a time, I was falling in love now. And she had a very husky voice. So transgender antenna are up. Once upon a time, I was falling in love. Now I'm only falling apart. Nothing I can do. A total eclipse of the heart. Well, very interesting. Falling apart again. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. So half man, male and female. Now you have two roads you can take there. Well, it's all about a comparative screen. So anything that I say, you're basing that against your current picture paint, your current understanding. When we talk about Adam and Eve, or male and female, separated from one another, yeah, you go back to the very early days of evolutionary development, especially, well, how far you go back, that's up to you. If you go back too far, when the dinosaurs were around, you'll find that you were a little mouse-like, shrew-like creature in the ground. So it's only when the dinosaurs were wiped out that the little rats that were us got the opportunity to strive and survive and excel. And here we are today. So that's your picture. Or else then you have the religious imposition, which, it's fair enough. It's more accurate, I think, but you're still faced with a historic timeline, right? And this is where the Jewish deception comes in a sense. This is a deception, but it's not. It's all part of the greater lie, or the greater life. So, yeah, you still have your 7,000 years, right? You have your Abrahams, you have your Jobs, you have your Noahs, etc. So, you have to, and then you have, of course, your alternatives as you come to conspiracy world. You have people talking about ancient aliens and all of this sort of stuff. But still, a time scale is still foremost in your mind. The Bible gives it 7,000 years. I was talking to another beautiful man called Jack, who is a sort of a Vedic practitioner. He was saying we're in this era where it spans 420,000 years. And did he say 425,000 years? Did he say 420? I must question about that the next time. If he did, that's hilarious. But so I'm going, fucking hell. That's to me, in terms of my being right here, right now, in a sense, my heart sunk, because if he's right, I don't know where the fuck I am, or when the fuck I am, or who or what I am. I know I live forever. My spirit goes on and on, but I can't appreciate these time scales. They're too far. In terms of the dodo, 420 years, it changes everything. Because, well, there's a relatively recent origin to our separation. Me from you're missing your other half. This is what your soulmate is about. You Sol. So what the sun represents, right, is the divided state. Jesus is the divided nature. Right? The sun is of the divided nature. So, yeah, when it comes to Bible literalists, beware. That's what I would say. But, yeah, where does that leave you? And where does that leave our ability in potential to piece together what is torn apart, what is divided? Well, that's a different matter. Everything ultimately flowing downwards. Paul McCartney, the Dodo, came out with a song, Coming Up Like a Flower, relatively recently, just at the start of the year, actually. Yeah, what's he talking about? He's the Dodo, so he's the divided state of man. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. So it's about what we do with our spinal fluid. The spinal fluid flows downwards, right? But the circuit is broken, so we have two halves. In the male, it pulls in the testicles. It's okay if I touch my testicles on what I've been recorded. I've not been recorded. I volunteered to be recorded, but I won't be any more graphic than that. That's what I would do if I was a transgender. I'd try to slip in. It's just subtleties, but the intelligent are not falling for it, right? Well, look at my shoulder to hip ratio. Definitely a male. Male shoulders expand the female shoulders. So the female shoulders fit inside the male shoulders, and the hips the opposite. The hips and the shoulders are opposites, like the legs and the arms. So you have to think in this sense. But yet the female hips then fit around the male hips, because ultimately, well, we have, it's not that we have four legs, we have two legs, but the legs are connected at the heel, the heel. So spring in your step, well, the heel is up. The heel is up, and ultimately, well, our forearms, our forefathers, well, they're wings. They're wings, and our nails, especially, are nails. So our noses are beaks. I see bird. That's what I think the double-headed eagle is about. That's what I think it is. I'm not as scared of being something different than a man, as I consider man. I know I'm in a divided state. I only want the truth. I want the truth for me. I want the truth for my beautiful son Stephen. I want the truth for all of us. For all of us. If we are what we are, let us know what we are. Let me know. Who am I talking to? I think ultimately I'm talking to myself. Let me know who I am, because the greater me is just having this physical experience in division. So, yeah. It's beautiful weather here tonight. It's pissing rain outside. I love it. There's something different about the rain, as well as I've talked about. There's something different about the sky, something different about everything. Walking the streets today with my neighbor's dog, Jack. Deserted, absolutely deserted. And I'll go out tomorrow and do some busking, and it will be equally deserted, but I don't care. I was saying, if people, I made 20 quid the last day, it's fine. I don't even mind about it. I'm surprised at that. But so I think people sort of appreciate a bit of music when so much is shut down. There's nothing else happening. But yeah, what times we live in. Everything is unraveling now. Everything's unrolling. Because everything's been illusion. If you're scared, well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Plenty of people are going to be scared. Plenty of people. What are you scared the most of, I guess, is the question. Something different in the rain. It's more, I could challenge myself now and just use a load of different scripture terms, adjectives, to describe the rain as I see it now. There's something more translucent, something more luxurious about it. So I continue to say these words now because I have a feeling, I have a need to do it, because I have already sort of said a lot of them just to myself. How would you describe the difference in the rain now as to before? Now remember, there is a green hue to the sky. Let me just have a look at this. Is it there? It's still there. It's still there, but in a lesser fashion, because there's heavy clouds, and that's why we have heavy rain outside. But there is a body. There's a greater body to the raindrops. There is an effervescence. That's not. There is translucency is a good one. With body, there is a yeah. There's no hurry. There's no time limit on any of these things. Vitality is a greater vitality. There's a greater substance to it. There's a greater. It's like, when a pregnant woman is pregnant, is obviously pregnant, and they're coping very well with. There's a sort of a glow. There you go. There's a glow to the rain. There's a glow to them, a happy glow. There's a glow to the rain. There is a control. There's a greater fluidity, purity. There's a greater purity to it, especially when the light hits as well. There's a greater sparkling. I was loath, not that I was loath to use a scintillation. So there's scintillation. That's a term that Nummy Num, do you remember Nummy Num? He liked to use in terms of the sun hitting the water, a scintillation. So greater scintillation to the raindrops as well, because remember, there's always light present. All the skylights have one singular source. The sun is the main agitator. There's a great word, agitator, to be found in the Gospel of Thomas as well. The sun is a great disturber. But that's not natural. We think daylight is natural. It's not. Twilight is more natural. green twilight. So yeah, but when the sun goes away, there's always these, it's reflected influences. Ultimately, everything's reflected in Polaris, in my, what do you call it? But yeah, you have all of these lesser, secondary, tertiary reflections, etc. And this is what the star is. Ultimately, the moon is as the counterpart to the sun. So all of these energies are still reflecting, and been felt. And the ether, of course, is ever present. Ether is ever present. So if something has changed about the ether, this is what I said to myself anyway. Well, this new green hue to the sky is reflected in the raindrops. Now, when I say look at your night sky, it has to be there all the time. It's just during the day you can't perceive it. We haven't the ability with our limited eyes. And my beautiful son, that you have one eye, that that might sound, oh, Pete's definitely he's making up stories about his son having one eye. Well, my son has been declared blind in one eye, and he's had problems from the outset with his left eye. Which ultimately, an injection of heartbreaking exam, injection of bicarbonate of soda, when the cataract became obvious, would have healed it completely, and ends up that you can't see it all now. But maybe all for a reason. This is our false vision. We think what we perceive as reality is real, but it's not. It's not. It's all about perception. And if we understand, this is the one thing that the Bible literalists and the science people, which they're all in cahoots, ultimately all working for the same center. All is natural. All is natural. So yeah, the Earth in its current form, in flat Earth sense, created by God, it's a natural way. Well, with evolutionary theory, in terms of um, you hear that? In terms of both in a cosmological sense and also in a life on Earth sense, all is natural. So if all is natural, whatever it is, whatever situation you find yourselves in, you just have it in your heart that we're progressing all the time. So we're after progressing from a lesser state to a greater state, and well, we're not going to fall for that anymore, right? Fallen star, fallen star. Tar is the semen. The tar is a term for an able-bodied semen, the birth canal, right? The docking process. So it's about us being birthed into this material world. Yeah. If you don't hate your mother and father as I have hated mine, you are not fit to follow me. If you don't love your mother and father as I have loved mine, you are not fit to follow me. That's Gospel of Thomas. I can't remember which quote it is. I get that. We're birthed into this material world, but we're not of this world. This is why ISIS is, well, that reconnection is, right? Reconnection of the both. ISS, S and S gives us H, right? Or 8, and H is the 8 letter. So I8. Well, where does that leave us? In code Dodo, I, and many other codes as well, I has a value of 9. So 9 8s, 9 8, 72, right? 72 names for God, we're told. 72 is 888, which is 24, 888, which is 24, 888, 24. We're three-dimensional. There is a three dividing lines, right? This way, this way, and this way. Here's a good question. Which are mirrored? Which are mirrored? Think about the mirroring. Everything is mirrored, right? First of all, obviously, we're mirrored down this center. What about the other ways? What about the other dividing lines, the three-dimensionality? This is why there's only 2 dimensions, which is the 3 dimension and the 0 dimension. This is what Aristarchus of Samos did away with, which is the 0. He is the originator of heliocentrism and materialism, which is ultimately, a base for a material-only existence, culminating in the Big Bang, where everything came from nothing. So that all goes back to Aristarchus, friends. Now, you might say, so what? Well, he didn't exist. So why did they put this character in that place? Well, because there's a greater story, a greater thread. When we look at the moon, our nearest neighbor, we're told that the most mysterious crater on the moon, which is the most mysterious object in our universe, is named crater Aristarchus. Fair enough. Any other Aristarchuses around? Yeah, well, there is. You know, Jesus' bulldog, Paul, from Tarsus. Yeah, he had a loyal companion. And without that loyal companion, the Apocalypse of St. Paul wouldn't have been published. So if you haven't heard of Apocalypse of St. Paul, all nonsense, of course, none of these characters existed. But if you haven't heard of Apocalypse of St. Paul, go and listen to it, right? And especially now. But yeah, Paul was from Tarsus. Aristarchus is an anagram of, well, yeah, Paul was from Tarsus, but without Paul's loyal and trusty friend, it wouldn't have got published. Who's that friend? Well, none other than a man named Aristarchus. Not the same Aristarchus, which is the crater, most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in the universe. Not that Aristarchus, not the Aristarchus who gives heliocentrism a base for materialism, a base for Big Bangism. No, not that Aristarchus, different Aristarchus. It's funny, Aristarchus is an anagram of Tarsus, where Paul was from. Funny enough, Paul as well is Paul from the Beatles, Paul/Fall. He's the dodo. The dodo, which is the changing face of the land post-destruction, post the felling of the tree of life, represents the divided state of the earth and the divided state of us, divided state of heart. And the dodo came about because of the felling of the tree of life, Aristarchus. So Paul, when we go back to Paul, St. Paul, the bulldog of Jesus, what would you call it? The foundation of the cornerstone in the sense of Christianity. Well, yeah, Aristarchus, anagram of Tarsus, and right, all letters used as well as Sirach. When you look at the book of Sirach, you find there are narrators. I don't look at it too deeply. I just sort of skim over these things and just note it and go, nice one. Well, the narrator of the story, the book of Sirach, which made it into the Bible of 66 books, is, well, none other than Jesus. And I don't think it's just one Jesus, like the Father Jesus and the Son Jesus, maybe it's the grandfather Jesus. Funny enough, let me just say it. Hoping everything is coming through. I didn't even check. I checked YouTube at the start. It seemed the sound was coming through. But let me just say it as well. Let's break down the word. I broke down Christ, Chrisist. So the CH has to go to the ST. Now, when we look at the S, we can see the two C's, right? A C and a reverse C. So when we look at the word, let's say Christ, Christ. So the Church of Christ, CHUR. So we're born into this condition, which is CH. What does it represent? It represents a divided state. So when we can repair, what do we get? Ultimately, the ST. Now, CHRIST is Christ. When we look at the word Jesus, Jesus. I mentioned also in the description Mount Meru, me are you. So that equivalence is made, right? So I am you. I and you are equivalent. Je, S-U-S, je, S-I-S, right? S-I-S. David, I-S-S, right? David Weiss, and he's deep inside the rabbit hole, which is reference to Alice in Wonderland. Right. So, je, S-U-S, je, S-I-S, je, I-S-S, right? So you can move the I outside. Remember, like God and dog, it matters which order the letters are in. It's the sort of instruction, coming from above. The most prominent position is the first position, 1ST, right? So there we have the ST again. How to get a T? Well, you bring the H together and you move the crossbar upward. You get a capital T. This refers to the left-right side, left-right path, and the heart bridge, right? So you have the three potential directions. And this is in the square fashion. Remember, there's also a spiraling thing going on. But anyway, je, ISS, je in French is I. So we have ISS, anagram of ISIS, ISIS. So S being the divided state, the two S's have to come together. And literally, that's all. We are divided in a spiraling fashion. Aristarchus moves up and down, three motions, up and down, which spring and fall, right? At the same time, in and out, like a diameter, going from the center point out, right? In and out while it's going up and down. So in and out, up and down, and then round and round. So three independent connected motions. And ultimately, what do you see? You see a spiral up and down. This spiral reflects within us, you know. Once again, the divided state, paramount. Flat Earth is a psyop. It's stupid to say Earth is flat, because Earth is not, well, first of all, defined. See, let me take a toilet break, please. Um, yeah, so mystery, my story, mystery. M is tree. This is why 33 is so significant. When we look at a three and a reverse three, and we connect them, well, we get an eight. When we think about to be or not to be, when you write down a capital letter B, and we see the connection with the E as well, right? So we just have the E, the limbs connected with the B. So when we connect B and reverse B, well, we get 1 and 8, right? We get 1 and 8. What's the significance in that? Well, that is the question. That is the question. That is the question. And I firmly believe that children can answer these questions. I firmly believe now that the truth of our nature is simple. It's simple. We've been sort of convoluted and twisted, distorted to think that everything has to be complex. No, no. We've been given a backdrop. We've been given a screen to reflect everything else in light of. But yeah, when everything reduces back, well, truth is simple, isn't it? It has to be. It has to be. So mystery. Look at the capital letter M in relation to the capital letter A. You see, we have two arrows pointing up and one arrow pointing downwards. This is 2 to 1, 2/3 to 1/3. Third, right? Not third. 1/3. Um, yeah. Why is that? That's exactly where in your body you'll find your heart. 2/3 of the way from the ground, 1/3 of the way from your head. Flat earth, flat heart, flat line. um, Luxurious is another word for the rain. Um, Encompassing, bubbly. It's more buoyant. It's more resilient, brilliant. It's more resounding. That's a good one. It's more impactful, luxurious, precious. It's more sparkling, intentful, driven, wondrous. So I was just thinking, right? How stupid? It's not stupid, but can the rain help me prove ether? You think about a raindrop falling and what a raindrop actually might be. If it's falling under different circumstances, it will gather into a snowflake, right? So what are we actually looking at that is falling? And another interesting question is, which came first, water or the description that water is hydrogen and oxygen? Yeah, the same people who have an objection to ether, the idea of ether, the idea of waters beyond, say, the idea that quantum mechanics is nonsense and is based on a faulty premise. Well, they're the same people who would say that, yeah, to think that water is anything but hydrogen and oxygen, or light is anything but photons, massless particles, is crazy, insane, batshit crazy. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about again. All the main heads, right? Your leaders, all the main talking heads of the flat earth. They're all connected. They're all connected. I will ask you, do they speak for you? They don't speak for me. And I've told these people that they don't speak for me. And that's generally, I call these people out. I was on Nathan Oakley's loads of times, and he treated me worse than he treated any baller. I mean, you know how badly he treats people in a sense. Because what? I started talking about the nature of Earth and the possible nature to the skylights, and Aristarchus being a possible source as it was written. Yeah, Nathan's overreacting, acting, gave a game away in a certain sense. But all of these people want you to see through them. They want you to see their limitations and, well, move beyond. That's what I say. Nathan Oakley, no, 1980. I showed you 1980. I can show you 1980 on my guitar. 8, 0, 1. Can you find the 9? Maybe you have to make the 9. Maybe you have to make the 9. Another word for the rain, bounteous, full-bodied, voluptuous. The rain is more voluptuous. That might be the best one now. That might be the best one. And leave outside, the other context. Voluptuous, voluminous, voluptuous. Very good. Purposeful. That's another one. Sharing. The rain is more sharing. It's more giving. Um, basic. The rain, the fundamental. The rain is more fundamental. Purer. Purer. I got to keep going with this. I really have to because I've been thinking about Eden coming to us, right? We have this green light, and John mentioned that to me. Casper Friendly Ghost earlier on. He mentioned some things, and he was talking to me like, if you're there in chat, John, or whatever, you were talking to me as if like uh, you just realized something and you never heard it before. When exactly what you said to me was exactly what I said to you on previous encounters, and also what I've been saying on my own channel for years, that there is a tree of life in the center, cut tree of life, the core energies reflecting upwards. This is what we do with the Christmas tree, right? We can reconnect the cut tree, and then the Christmas tree spiraling pattern upwards to produce the star. Um, yeah, a central source, and it just reflecting off of a screen in the backdrop. So I was curious. I was curious, a bit pissed off as well, as if to say that you didn't hear what I've always been saying, and now you claim as if it's something new. But that's fair enough as well if you've come to realize it, and maybe you didn't realize the connection with what I'm saying. But that's mad because I've been saying all of that. So for you to come to the same conclusion and not to recognize that, well, I've been saying that. Uh, well, I don't. I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm not sure what to make of it. That's okay. It's grand, like, but it's yeah. What do you do with that though? That's the question. John wants to go to the north. He always has it in his heart that our true home is in the north. True center, quasi-luminous star. I think so myself. I think so myself. It's the underside. We think we're right side up. We're not. We're on the underside. What's going on the other side? Well, that's where we need to get to. Now, what's our ultimate purpose here? Wouldn't that be very selfish if I said to myself, I want to get there, and what happens to the rest? Well, fuck them. Too bad. Too bad. We got to get there before we die. No, no. It's one for all for one. We're all the same here, aren't we? What's the point of me living? How could I live a happy life? I'm not saying this like to be anything, but how could I, just in the thought, right? How could I live a happy life? We're getting through the North Center and understanding that everyone else, all my fellow man, women and children, just are going to perish because they've been set and led. They've had certain desperate experiences in life, and life is a lie. Everything is a lie. If everything was the truth from the outset, life would be different. Life wouldn't be. Life would be. We take away the L, Tife. Life would be Tife. No, that Hive. Yeah, life would be different. It wouldn't be down the L down there, right? It'd be gone up the other way. Life would be. Well, we change the letters around. Look at life, Life. The most significant letter there is F. So think of the E, how we raise our the lower cross, the lower aspect of it, or we do away with it altogether to get the F, the capital F, and that's why God is Father. That's why Father is Father. That's why we have a Father and Mother, Mother Earth. So the Father is the more upper aspect. The mother then comes down, but there's still that two-thirds to one-third aspect of the letter M, but the way it's constructed, right? We have two arrows pointing upwards, one arrow pointing downwards. With the A, we have one arrow pointing upwards. With the V, we have one arrow pointing downwards. That's why Adam and Eve, right? With the W, then it's the double V, the well, the bow well. So this is not a judgment, I should think, on anything. This is a coming to understand a distinction. This is coming to understand the nature of us, the body, BOD. That's excellent. I lost. Oh, okay. Yeah, body. We're told that this is my body, BODY. We look at the Y and we have one going to two, but the one, right, is at the lower aspect. So the two divided aspects are, well, actually, that's why X precedes Y and Y comes after X. X is a value of 7 in Cododo. If we look at the 7 and invert it or twist it around, we have the L, right? So that equivalent 7 and L, it has to be, right? I don't know any, I'm not sure. I'm a shit researcher. I'm not really interested beyond a certain point what other people think. Because coming to flat Earth, coming to 9/11 media fakery, first of all, exclude you from so many other. You just after a while go fuck it. I mean, he's withholding on me. I'm not going to look into what he says. And as I say, and then coming to flat Earth on top of the rest. How many other flat earthers do you know talk openly about 9/11 media and victim hoax? Answer honestly in the chat if you're there. If this hanging is even still going. As if it doesn't matter. As if it doesn't matter. And I'm just thinking, as if it doesn't matter to the women as well, the beautiful women. Of course it does. Everything matters. Everything matters. And when it comes to this greater decoding, there we have this OD as well in code, decoding. Well, yeah, it's all scripted in a certain way. We come away from the billions of years of officialdom, official history, even religious history. Then the 7,000 years, we come. But maybe everything is a mismatch of both, which I think it is. When I say Earth is 422 years old, I always say in its current divided form. In its current divided form, what came before that? Eon. Who knows? Time is different. Time relates to the passage of the sun. If the sun came into being because the tree was cut, the heart was pumping upwards. So when the tree was in place, right, the glorious, massive ARISTARCHUS was still in place, right, to the other side. Well, and all of its tributaries around the desert areas of the world were holding back the barrier and are holding back the waters beyond and defining Earth. So Genesis 2, tree is cut, and then everything sort of began again. We ventured into this world of division. And well, here we are now at this pivotal point in time. I was talking about the Tower of Babel today with John, and maybe we're in for because he's a more pessimistic outlook, I should think. Whereas, fair enough, I'm not making any judgment. I'm not. I'm more optimistic about all of this, but I do bear in mind we could be in for well, I did mention the Tower of Babel Part Two, right? Part Two, and this is man's attempt to rebuild the sky without God. So this is what the new world order is about. So a total reset. Anyone who has Bitcoin now, fucking hell, aren't you doing good? If I had my mind about making money, I know I'm gonna let down to pretty much everybody. I had my mind about making money though. Fucking hell. I knew back in the day, maybe 2012, 13, Joseph Atwell was a man for it. Who was another one? Always looking for Bitcoin contributions. And I'm not saying that they have great information. They do have great information, but that they're put in place, that they're of not being totally upfront. But they all asked for Bitcoin back then. I heard the other day from IPS, Bitcoin is up to $33,000. So if you have one Bitcoin, you have $33,000. Now, back in the day, that's 2012, 13. Fucking hell, they were definitely getting Bitcoins, over periods of time, which definitely might amass to many tens, if not hundreds of Bitcoins at this stage. They're in the greater node then. Now they're fucking multimillionaires. What does that make them? That make them? Because the con is against the greater people. The con is against me. Oh, you're rich now, so you can make my laws. You control me. Because ultimately that's how it works, isn't it? But no, there's a greater plan in play. Bitcoin, there we have B-I-T again. Holy Spirit, I-T. The I is nothing without the O. Remember that. How do you get an I out of an O? Oi, oi, Martin Liebke with his oi, oi. If Adrian Tessus is listening, OI, small letter O, small letter I, that's pi. That's pi. OI. So we have O, 0, I, line, and then the point. The point. Right? The point. When you draw a letter, when you're writing, I as a dot on top. That's a dot of their zero dimension. That's where everything stems from. The 0 point. Excellent. Aristarchus again. Remember I mentioned earlier on, we have three movements, right? Up and down, spring and fall, in and out, and round and round. Round and round gives us the daily skylights, right? Once a night. In and out. Let me think. I have to think back of this now. What's the in and out? That gives us the tides. In and out. There's a giant whirlpool up above. We're on the underside. I think of it like a plunger Earth, or eyeball Earth. We're on the underside. But yeah, so those three movements combined, right, all stemming from that 0 point. And I say that 0 point is Aristarchus core. And they talk about a flat Earth watery core, an iron core, a molten iron core. I say molten, watery, right? Flat iron Fe is a watery Fe flat Earth core. Yeah, purity, the waters of purity, and is this what we're looking at now? It has to be connected, friends. My beautiful Steve, it has to be connected. That the waters, the purity of Eden is on us. And I've been saying, that's what I say. What's the point? If we go to the north, you go as an individual, or me and you go, Steve, but that leaves everyone else behind then. What are they to do? What happiness is there to be had when knowing that, oh, you made it? And you made it because, why? Yeah, fuck everyone else. Madame Maru tells us, me are you. We are everyone else. We're all the same. Would you hurt a child? Would you hurt a child? I'll tell you something for nothing. I've said this already before. The luckiest man alive, in one sentence. I haven't seen my beautiful son in 6 years now, coming up on 6 years. But when I busk inside, the reaction I get from children just passing by is, I guess, in a sense, compensatory. Because I know it's true and I know it's pure. But yeah, I don't think that that's what it is. As opposed to us going to Eden, Eden coming to us. I think that'll do. That'll do. After all we come to know. And I think that's what's happening, friends. The green hue to the sky, the aurora borealis, australis coloring. This is where the barrier meets the waters beyond, meets the ground, meets the surface of the earth, the undersurface. Um, yeah, this new translucency, to the vibrancy to the rain. These corona times, or Ona is the light of heaven, or Ona, light of heaven. See it, right? What are we waiting for? What do we need to settle and sort out? That's a question you have to ask right yourself. What does it all amount to? What does it all amount? It doesn't amount to a hill of beans, son. What does it all amount to? What does it all amass to? Mass is the basis of the physical, physics, and religious worlds. Mass. If it's all scripted out, what clues can we garner from it? Mass is am-ss, but if we notice, as I said about man versus amen, we have the A coming first, the apex, right? First, one ST. And then we have the man. So the man is reducing the odds, if you sense, if in that sense. So the A is complete one, whereas M is two. Sorry, 2 to 1. So we have two arrows pointing upwards, one pointing downwards in the construction of the capital letter M. And of course, we're told that one third of the angels fell. Angels. Um, Satangels. Satangels. Isn't it funny? There's a mysterious character in the Matrix called Sati, Sati. A.T. Atman. Jack, who I hope to meet again. We had a great chat, honestly. It's some great people around. But everything I say, this is the thing, everything I say, n- no one else is talking about it. I don't know anyone else on earth in the sense in the same sense that's talking about Aristarchus as I am, or is talking about a 422-year uh, origin to us, both ourselves in the divided state and the earth itself in this divided state. So that changes the context of everything. And I think, in a sense, when I hear Jack talking about these Kali Yugas, and that's even funny, Maggie, if you're listening, Kali Yuga, that you had that name, and haven't spoken to Maggie in years at this stage, but you had that name, but then something outside of themselves is being brought into it. Do you know what I mean? And then the context is set, a different context is set. And that's exactly what we came away from with Flat Earth. So everything that has been presented, no matter where it's coming from, no matter what culture it's coming from, and Marcus, who I met today, who would try, who's great interest. I'm definitely going to meet him again. And he talked about, visiting South America and the early Incas and how all of the ancient uh, technologies were impossible according to the official storyline. So that's a great start. And my position is, yeah, it's all a construct. 422 years origin, the Incas, everything before that, it's all laid out for us at that origin point and leading us to somewhere. So if they all seem to point from a historical context to 2020 or some transitional period around this time, my interpretation of it is, well, it's all part of the greater script construct, right? And yeah, I take away the historicity of it, and in a sense, I make it more personal. Yeah, I make it more personal. Now you have the ability to change everything. You do, and even though as I've said many times, I'm 48, born 19th of February, 19, right? And 2 as well, 19th of February, which is, turns out it's on the cusp of Aquarius and Pisces. So when I look up some newspapers and look up Pisces, it would be what, February 18th, or sorry, February 20th to March 19th or something like that. Or some other times it might be February 18th to March 19th or something like that. You know what I mean? So I was never sure what. Not that I took it seriously or read too much about it or know anything about it, but that was just a way, a quirk, right? That it was February 19th, and yeah, here we are in the midst of COVID-19. I live in the 19th block sorry, 19th house on this block. There's 3 blocks, and there's many other 19s, but well, 19 9/11. I'll I need to show you the thing on the wall here, which my brother Andrew got from my mother when 9/11 happened. Any 9/11 memorabilia has been sold off on the dirt cheap. So what was a beautiful light, sort of panoramic vision of the New York skyline, um, which maybe 100 quid or 80 quid or whatever, or however much it might have been, it was suddenly now 4.99 or something. So my brother had it and gave it as a gift to my mother. Subtle Andrew is not. But everything for a reason, and there it is up in my bedroom wall. Um, when I found out about 9/11 conspiracy for the first time, or someone mentioned it to me, it was in a place called York in England. And well, that was the beginning of a certain path. Another another question is there a purpose here in life to find their soulmate or divided half? Once you do find them, you know. It has to be a purpose. It has to be a greater, higher purpose. All the suffering can't be for now in as best terms that we can reckon. I think there has to be a higher, holier um, source energy. There has to be. You take away the material aspect of our being. What does that leave us with? Actually, what does that leave us with? Knowing, I say, all art is gone. Art is artifice, and actually ties into how my feelings are about losing all of my research and all of my music and uh, all of my links. All I've lost everything. Everything associated with the hard drive is gone over the last since I got the computer because I never backed it up. I might have backed it up earlier on occasionally, but I never continued to back it up. Um, so that was all gone. I still have the hard drive there, but he couldn't read anything. He could get something, he could get information up, but he couldn't read it. So it's still there in its core, and hopefully someday, if depending on anything, it can be retrieved. Because I've said many times, I could write so many books about all of this. Even taking one particular aspect and focusing on that, I could, I could, I could write many, many books. I'm not just talking trivial wise here. Come on, I'm not talking trivial wise. When you come to flat Earth and see that the sun is a reflection of the moon, and then understand that the moon, as well as the sun, everything, right? But the moon, which is the nearest neighbor, which is the greatest clue, all the craters, which look so disparate and separate, ultimately fold into one crater, and that crater being Aristarchus, which ultimately folds into the central peak of Aristarchus, which is the tree of life, which is Yggdrasil, which is Mount Meru, and now that you can see it. So that's even just one aspect. But even after that aspect, then it comes back to who we are, me, the thinker, the knower, is in relation to come to understand this picture. Well, that's where everything ultimately stems from, and everything connects as well. The door just opened. There must be a wind down. Everything connects as well, and the window or the door opens. The wind blows the door open. Can I sit down now, sir? Can I sit down now, sir? Yeah, that's the pine Christmas tree out the back, just discarded as well. When you see it, one side of it, you can see that one side of it, the leaves, the pines grow up, and it's the same on. I'll take a closer look at it actually, but you can see definitely on the opposite side as well. You have a spine, but they're spaced out, right? So ultimately, what you get is this spiraling pattern. So it's a spiral that's found everywhere. And as I say, friends, ultimately everything goes back to the movement of the tree of life. Tree of life has to be all encompassing. Yeah, let me. I was just going to say, let me. What do you call it? Let me sing another song. Because everything. The plectrum. Should go into chat at some stage, but you know, um, well, I think my last video got 100 and maybe 170, 150, 190 views or something like that. But that's okay. I'm not. I'm doing this more to talk to myself, or I'm not selling anything. You know what I mean? I'm not reliant on numbers or say that in any pompous way or any haughty way. But yeah. There's a story that's scripted out and coming to Flat Earth, Mrs. Flat Earth, British steer, Mr. Flat Earth, Mark Sargent, Mark Stargen, Star Generation, or Rhodesy to Aristarchus, who's taken over from Mark Sargent's chief clue giver. He's the guy who entered this scenario, the scene, with "I am Mark Sargent." He presented it officially as well, and that's IPS. Tim Osman, OZ. Sorry, is it OS? Osman? No, he's Osman, OZ. Is he OS now or OZ? We know the other Tim Osman, right? Osman, OZMAN, who's Infinite Plane Society or Infinite Plane Radio. And I reckon Tim's is the only channel probably worth hearing, especially the callers as well. Although it's all controlled, man. I'm on his Discord as well. Usually you have to pay for it. I said, just commented on these chats. I said, I'm not going to pay for it. But, so he added me as a Discord member. But, yeah. Can't help but being open and honest about things. It's a whole like a production center, just producing information, producing videos, producing memes, exposing lots of stuff. Chief educator, and I say that's why Tim has taken over as chief clue giver. Mark Sargent, of course, was inspired with his clues. He was just a normal guy, a prepper, a computer game. What was his title actually? Because I think it's all very everyone is put in place. Names, the job description, the career sort of pathway, all contributing towards the greater character. So all laden with clues. So IPS, yeah, has taken over from Mark Sanders, chief clue giver, and yeah, limitations are certainly in play. Though no one wants to mention Aristarchus. No one does. No one does. So not that I've been pushing on. If I really was trying to push it, I'd produce a video. I produce a video a day. I could do that. If I produce a video a day, I have the ability to, on everything being equal, honest to God, everything being equal, And the state of understanding as is presented now, and I'm not even talking about, I'm talking about within the conspiracy world, so flat earthers and where everything being equal, you could produce a video a day easily, 30 days, and every one of the things that I mentioned are a broach, groundbreaking. And I know that, because, and how do I know that? Because, well, come to realize early doors that the whole arena is set up. So all of the gatekeepers put in place on the flat earth side, especially, of course, have their limitations. So beyond their limitations, no one can talk about. So not only can they not talk about that, of course, the whole representative army of mainstream official science cannot talk about that as well. So it would be brand new, and that's why I say everything being equal. But of course, everything is not equal. I mentioned Patricia Steer and Marcos Patricia with the transgender controversy, all scripted. I'm a transgender. By my true form, I'm male and female combined. Now I'm just male, as they call male. I understand well enough my testicles. Feel awkward. Don't, yeah. I look the way that my testicles just said, don't feel awkward. Uh, but I do feel awkward. Actually, I feel awkward because my testicles are in an awkward spot. Let me just put my hand in my pocket and move them to release them. Please release me, set me free. But I'm transgender in that sense. I understand that my whole being, my greater being, um, yeah, the male aspect is pulled out. The female aspect then is left with the gaping hole, the imprint. And well, yeah, that's why there's veins in my penis. And I said, those should be inside, and that flow should be in continuous motion. So I said, like, have an erection all the time, in a sense, an inward erection. And I think this is why we think about a death and resurrection, rise erection. When we think about what an erection is, I think it connects with the J as well. When we think of the side profile of the male, the spine, the female, obviously, friends, the female, the tar, spinal fluid, which drips. It has to drip. Actually, anyone in chat, once I sing this song, I'm definitely going to chat. And anyone up for a chat, if you want to come in tonight, especially anyone who's listening in the background or anyone I haven't heard from for you, come in tonight, and you'll probably get the best out of me tonight with a genuine, honest, open chat. I sort of feel that way, but yeah, but deny that the vital fluids pull in the female in the breasts, right? And once again, this greater division, and don't separate yourself from it. And if you are, well, if you, I do separate myself from it in a sense, as I mentioned, I was 48 earlier on, 422 years. That's only 10 times my lifespan. Seen how fast the last 20 years have gone. That's half my life. I've seen how slow a minute can go as well, right? But yeah, does the ability lie within us to repair? I think so. Paul McCartney re-releasing "Coming Up Like a Flower." If you think of the vital fluids dripping downwards and pooling in the testicles, right? For a male, I'm just speaking about for a male. See, if I was a female, I'd be able to you'd get it, right? You'd understand that I couldn't talk about certain things in regards to a male. But if you're a male and you're listening to what I'm saying, you understand this, right? So it pulls in the testicles, and after a while, you have to do something. The semen has to make the journey because it's out of place. If you don't do anything with it, well, there's a different matter about understanding this as well and how you control it, I reckon. But you have to join some sort of secret society. You have to, in general, yeah, I think you can make it now that we've been given the internet our own personal money, we can make our way to greater truths. But yeah, as you understand that, if you don't do anything with it, over the course of a month, you're going to ejaculate it out. There's the E, right? EJ, as opposed to JE. Very interesting. I should make a note of that. So again, like a God and dog, JE versus EJ, ejaculated out. And then that's just a waste. So the semen has to make the journey. Now, how does it make that journey? Coming up like a flower, understanding that everything is dripping down. not to be too crude about it, when I speak about these things, we all have our personal lives, we all have our personal desires, motivations, fantasies, etc. It's just part of being the human um, experience. When you come, you have to come upwards. So that means, like you saw, in this drip drab fashion throughout the course of the day, against this opposing gravity, all the bodily fluids, the vital bodily fluids, are dripping downwards in whatever proportion, I guess, little by little. But yeah, when you do reach that peak, well, instead of ejaculating, you have to come upwards. And by driving that fluid back up, then, well, you're inundating the brain with its natural excretions, I guess. That's the idea. So the other idea is, yeah, when we understand the system as a whole, and this is why I think because of this recent origin to all of us, we have the ability within us as individuals to repair, right? And the instructions have been given to us as well. Fasting, the Christian, every sort of how would you put it? Every system in place. If you're in India, you're born into the Vedic system or the Hindu system. If you're in Iraq, you're born into Islam. Uh, Everything stems from Christianity, as the history dictates in a sense. Now, I know there's greater stories, but everything ultimately stems from the one thing. And Christianity is so prevalent these days because it's been made so, because at its very core, at its very epicenter, is a core truth which applies to each and every one of us of the kind. And yeah, when we think of death and resurrection, when we think of the Last Supper, when we think of fasting, Jesus went into the desert, fasted 40 days, and received illumination, received the Holy Spirit, and then was taken, encountered, so was challenged then to see, well, have you really, have you really made it? He was taken up to the top of the highest mountain by Satan, the devil, and offered all of the lands of earth. Why is that the case? And he refused, of course. Why is that the case? Well, because he transcended the material. The devil, the devil, and God are one and the same. One where one ends, the other begins. The descent, right? And when you think of the letter, capital letter D, half is missing. When you connect the other half, what do you get? You get the one and the zero, the OI at the very heart of the zero, at the very center of the one, and two aspects, the two radii. You have the 0 point where everything stems from. But remember, friends, everything is in motion. When you look at a capital letter H on the screen, you see something. But transfer that to reality, to 3D reality, and of course connect it with 0D reality as well, which is the thought, the zero dimensionality of our um, natural. I think natural. Oh, that's an interesting word itself, natural, because all is unnatural. And then you see the word N. N is the divided state. Look at it in relation to the H. So you have the top. You have to decide. There's another layer to it. You have to decide if it all applies to you, which is left and which is right. When we look at the capital letter N as written, then the upper left aspect is connected to the bottom lower right aspect. But if you are the N, then it would be the reverse way around. Now we have the left hand path and the right hand path. And I've been pondering this for a long time. When I say pondering it, I don't put much effort into anything really. I don't know what to put effort into. I know if I put effort into anything with heart and achieve anything, well, pretty much. And that's just humble me. God knows what my son can achieve. My son outdid me when he was 6 days old. Not to mind 6 weeks or 6 months or 6 years. But yeah, So we're born into sin, S-I-N. N representing the divided state. So when you think of the N rotated 90 degrees, then you have the Z. So we're just talking about Tim Osman, right? Let me just go to the loop for a second. Actually, I'm going to have a smoke as well. I know I sat down to have a song. I'll turn on the alarm there, and I'll turn off the heating. Yeah, I turned it off. Yeah. As I'm singing the song, then, yeah, as I said, my hard drive went. I have it here. Let's just show it to you quickly. Maybe I have some suggestions. As I said, your man could read it. Or you said your man could get some of the things in up on screen, but he couldn't read any. He couldn't save anything. That's the hard drive. So all of my, I had about seven. At this stage, I had about 700 little photograph. Little snapshots you take, just a piece of evidence, and or just connections I'd made. 750 of those. There's so much written down. All the dodoisms, ARISTARCHUS, connections, all the different links, etc. But especially then all the music. When I record, if I thought of an idea for a song, I just press record on the computer's microphone, or what do you call it, the computer's voice recorder here, and tape away. And if I was building it, then I just do a /1/2. That's going back 2013 now, so pretty much 8 years. Must be hundreds of potential songs anyway, written down. So not that everything is lost; it's still there somewhere. And I guess it's okay. I think everything for a reason. Just depending how things turn out, I could write about 10 albums. I could do that for you in a month. And actually, funny enough, in the boot of my car, I have which is the time previous to sort of electronic recording. I used the mini cassettes, which are 3 hours recording on each side, and I have 100 of those. The mini in my car, just all my own music as well. I haven't listened to any of those in years at this stage. But I guess it's consolation in saying that they're still all there anyway, and if I choose to do something with it, yeah. So I've always been waiting for these changing times. I really have since 2014, since I promised my son the changes were coming. See now that the changes were since 2012, and it did actually happen. So when we look back on it with a greater mind and play, that we'll be able to appreciate the transition. That's what I think. So. With that in mind, this is one of my favorite songs and meaningful as well. Bob Dylan's Insider, and Steve loved this as well. So just check if I'm coming through okay. I'll put the link. Let me put the link in chat now. Anyone up for a chat? Come on, show your balls. Come in for a chat, especially anyone who wants to be antagonistic. I don't mean especially. But if you're up for it, if you're representing a certain point of view, and if it's an opposing point of view, and an opposing point of view these days is the scientific point of view, right? Because first and foremost, fundamentally, recognize it's all metaphor. But if you are stringently representing it, if you want to challenge your well-being, I guess your skills. Come in and battle the dodo. Generally, no one can handle me. Not because I'm any great shakes, but because, well, the truth is on my side. There's the link there. So help yourself. I hope you enjoy this song. Let me just make sure everything's coming through okay as well. I should turn up the volume a slight bit. So we have to move from 42 to maybe 52. How about that? 52 cards in a deck. Okay. So I hope you enjoy this song. from bad to worse. Money never changes things. Death kept following, tracking us down. At least I heard you bluebird sing. Now somebody's gotta play their hand in times that never be. I know you're long gone. I knew it was up to you. If I would have thought about it, I never would have done it. I guess I would have let it slide. If I paid attention to what others was thinking, the heart inside me would have died. I was just too stoned to ever be done trying for some sanity. Someone had to reach for the rising star. I knew it was up to Steve. It was like a revelation when you betrayed me with your touch. I just convinced myself that nothing had changed that much. The old rounder and the iron master sent me a master key. Someone had to unlock your heart. You said it was up to you. The Union Central is spilling out. The orchids are in bloom. I only got one butcher left, and it smells of stale perfume. In 14 months, I only smiled once, and I didn't do it consciously. Someone had to find your trail. I knew it was up to you. I met somebody face to face. I had to remove my hat. She's everything I need her up, and I can't be swayed by that. It frightens me, the awful truth of how sweet life can be. Someone had to make a move. I knew it was up to me. The only decent thing I did when I went to the coast of Java was to throw your picture down off the road in the cage where I used to work. Was I a fool not to try to protect your real identity? You looked to look where not my friend, I thought it might get to me. We heard the sermon on the mount, and we knew it was too complex. It didn't amount to anything more than like a broken glass reflects. When you bite off more than you can chew, you've got to pay attention. Someone had to toe the line, and I knew it was up to me. To the Thunderbird Cafe, but Chris still wanted to talk to him. I had to look the other way. Hey, I just can't rest without your love. I need your company. Someone had to cross that line, and I knew it was up to me. There's a note left in the bottle. You can give it to Noelle, but she's the one you've been wondering about. There isn't that much to tell. We both heard voices for a while, now the rest is history. Someone had to find a path. I knew it was artistic. So go on, boys, play your hands. Life is a pantomime. The readers in the county seat say there's no that much time. The girl with me behind the shade, she ain't my property. One of us at the road, I know it runs up to me. If we never meet again, baby, remember me. I might leave guitar playing sweet for you, that only time I leave. The harmonica around my neck, I love you. No one else can play it to me, it's always up to you. Up to Me by Bob Dylan. It was left off of the Blood on the Tracks album CD back in 1976. Although not quite left off of it because there was a variation on it, a differing variation. I preferred the Up to Me, but my friend John Hannafin, what a great. I just think about my reunification with all my friends who I haven't seen in years. All of this is. I don't see anyone these days, right? It's costs you everything. But there's no good for anyone I haven't seen in years, and that's up to, and most especially including my son, there's no good reason for the separation outside of all this nonsense, ridiculous conspiracy talk, right? But yeah, this was his favorite song. Actually, let me just. I'm sure you'll see the connection. So this made it on the album. I think I know thinking about it. The reason they couldn't put the two on at the same time because they're based pretty much around the same core tune, core melody. But you'll definitely recognize this. I'll just sing a couple of verses of it. But that reminded me of John Hannafin, a great friend of mine from the old days. Was in a lifetime one of toil, and blackness was a virtue. The road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. I pass this way again, you can rest assured. I'll always do my best for you, I gotta get my word. In a world of still our death and men who are fighting to be warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. Was spoken, his letter risk and vow. Everything up to that point had been left unresolved. Try imagining a place so always safe and warm. And then she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. Funny enough, it's all about the penis and the vagina. That's what he's talking about there, safe and warm. No one heard that. No one heard that. It's all about the penis and the vagina and the replacing together of what is divided. Don't deny yourself. Now, all these people know this as well, and well, I'm not sharing my screen. But Shelter from the Storm, SS, Shelter from the Storm. Sex. Slippery sex. was going to sing another song now, but that was just, yeah, that was up to me, was left out. So many clues in there. Crystal wanted to talk to him. Crystal, well, giant crystalline trees. Someone had to reach for the rising star. There's a note left in the bottle. I said Noel purposefully, but it is Estelle. There's a note left in the bottle. You can give it to Estelle. There's a note left in the bottle. You can give it to Estelle. She's the one you've been wondering about. There isn't that much to tell. Funny enough, my friends, Paul McCartney's daughter is named. You'll never guess. I'll wait. I'll wait for your guess. one of his daughters, is named Estelle. Paul is the dodo. Dodo, changing face of the land. Pick a tree, cut it, look down, draw what you see. That's the dodo. The tree itself, can't say the tree is flat. A certain aspect of the tree is flat. No, yeah. Yeah, isn't that funny? So, yeah, the dodo stems from Aristarchus. Aristarchus, all stars. Aristarchus, right? All stars refer to the one star. And that's why Paul had to have a daughter. Paul/Paul had to have a daughter called Estelle. He also had a bandmate called Ringo Starr, and a more significant bandmate called, who had no middle name, by the way, George Harrison. Harrison. What do you reckon? It's like they're putting it, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean when I say this? It's like there's it's a treasure hunt. It's a series of clues put out for the more than casual inquirer to piece together and come to an inexorable conclusion, right? Was it all written before it began? Well, when you find the end, there will you find the beginning, is a Jesus quote from the Gospel of Thomas. I can get that. Back to the Future, 88, right? 88 miles per hour. Why was 88 chosen? BTTF. See the way the B has the potential to go up or down? The T is definitely upwards. The F is definitely upwards leaning. What was the other song I was going to sing? Okay. It's pissing outside. Absolutely. Pay attention to the rain, though. Be scared of the rain. You might get a cold from it. Well, fuck that. But look what you might get corona from. Anything at this stage. I wore the mask. I wore the mask once. I can't deny it. It was when I had to get my computer fixed, and I realized I didn't have to wear it then. I was kicking myself now for even doing it. Is that how much it means to you? I was thinking about if they refused me because they've said it to me. They refused to serve me. Not they refused to serve me, but they said that they wouldn't serve me next time without a mask. And I was thinking what I would say to them, because they all know my position. It's a hoax, and I have to sacrifice my personal principles, and then battling with myself. Then, will you sacrifice your personal principles to put on a mask to get a few fucking cans or a packet of cigarettes or some bread and eggs or something like that? I didn't like to. I don't like to do that, but I guess the first time I did it was for my computer here. And the minute I went in the door, then I just said, "Do you mind if I take this off?" And he said, "Yeah." He fucking how it all works out. He was telling me how it's all a hoax, so I didn't even need to put it on in the first place. So I was pissed off at myself there because the first time I wore it. So maybe I'm too reliant on the computer, and maybe that's what me losing all my information is about. It's all artifice in a sense. It's all everything. I was thinking to myself, everything's still in my brain, right? Everything is still in my brain. Why would I write 5 books on anything? Why would I produce a video a day on anything? What reason would there be? Because I have to work my way around um, the understanding that everything is already pre-written, everything is scripted. So if I was to present anything, it's already known. It's concealed, but it's already known. So with all of this, with Corona, with COVID, it's all about everybody coming to know the truth. You know what I mean? And that's there in abundance. Imagine, fuck's sake, imagine. You think we're great? We think we're mavericks as flat earthers? The fucking people writing the script. No, the top military men, the top government agents, etc. Throughout the years, not to mind other powers and forces in play, all know the truth because they wrote the lie, they built a lie on the back of the truth. So coming to realize that they're lying, what are you going to do? Sing in jubilation? Whee! Yeah. Where does that lead you? Fucking nowhere. Road to nowhere. We're on the road to nowhere. Let's get a few more songs in before it's too late. I have to examine this a little more closely. Now, I also have a pine cone here, right? I also have a pine cone, just standard pine cone, but it's a bit broken now. But also, again, you can see the spiraling pattern, everything stemming from, well, the root, right? We have roots. Where do you find your roots? In your teeth, in your hair. Imagine everything upside down. I imagine, maybe that's going too deep. Maybe it's not. I think when Jesus talks about the second death, I think this is what it means. I honestly do, right? You can transcend the sort of, I guess, the next stage, which is a reunification process of the male and female living in one. I think we have eggs then, right? Just it's the way I think it works, right? We have eggs and we produce that way. Where, what do you call that? When you don't need an outside source to impregnate or inseminate. And androgynous, and there's the trendy stuff. But I think that's the next layer. Then that's the second. Then you would go through that death process, but then we go back to our true form, or whatever, or whatever's beyond that. Which how many layers has infinity got? It's mad, isn't it? It's mad to consider these things. It really is mad, and especially in contrast to, I know there's people Hogarth in chat, in contrast to the absolute determinism of modern day science. Hogarth in chat here, I'm not looking at the chat. I'll get into that after I sing this song. But well, he'll present a certain determinism, a certain surety, a certain evolutionary pathway in terms of the mind of man, right? Which he won't be quite consistent on as well, because he will admit the vast intelligence of, say, the ancient Greeks or something like that. But yeah, ultimately, though, yeah, it is a constant upward curve, even in a straight line, a constant gradient of man's progress, man's greater understanding. And this is where we're at now. We have no hope as individuals of getting to the point that the great minds have gotten us to. So we just have to accept it on faith. Off you go. Off you go. You sell yourself short. The only one out of pocket is yourself. And Hogarth here, hey Joe, I was just about to mention hey Joe earlier on, funny enough. And then we have the G as well, ARTH. So hey Joe G, I was just about to mention, honest to God now, I was just about to mention, and I did mention B and B, right? So the B in the reverse B, to be, not to be, that's our aspects to the side, right? Ultimately, it comes back to the template, which is the H and the O, and where you go from there with those core ingredients. But think about you, tube. You are a tube, so you are the zero. You're going in a direction, and this is the I in a sense, isn't it? So a tube and I. When we look at the capital letter I, it has to have some thickness on the screen, or in reality on a pencil and paper. It has to have some thickness. When we think about thickness in the third dimension, U tube, U zero going in a certain direction. But ultimately, we have that template, and we make what we will of it, the H and the O. When you think about the H, the two divided, yeah, that's a bit, because I'm thinking about that myself now. Well, we think about the capital letter H. As we look at it in three dimensions, it could be two T's on their side, right? Going back into the distance, into the great beyond, into infinity. And it would appear to meet at the center. But in actuality, it isn't. That's key, my friends. That's key. So this divided aspect of us, I think, is stressed again and again. Once again, who am I talking to? The ultimate thing I'm trying to say here is, within the core of my thinking, is coming away from heliocentrism, coming away from scientism, understanding that it's all a metaphor, it's all a construct to lead us towards greater truth. But then, yeah, this divided state of earth, of heart, of man, human, hate human, well, needs reconciling. So when we bring the H together, the two aspects together, and raise the crossbar into the distance, we get the capital T, but not in the sense that we're in the standard sense we're used to understanding the capital T. It's in that three-dimensional sense. So it's about bringing two aspects together. And when we think as well of the left brain, right brain, left brain, right side, left side, order, structure, the spiraling pattern stands out as well. And this is what the O represents. When you think about the 8, symbol for infinity, it's a twisted O. When you keep twisting it, you get the 1. So this intimate, intricate relationship between the 0 and the 1 is ever present. And it's waiting for us to decode. So Hogarth, H-O, G. If we look at the G in relation, so I said everything's about 0 and the 1. If we look at the G in relation to the 0 and the 1, it's pretty much almost there, except there's an aspect of the curve missing and an aspect of the central line missing, central diameter, which almost make up an L, GL, ground level. Remember ground zero for 9/11? It's true, though. I said it to my mother earlier on. I'm coming from a point of view where I had 70 short years and there was nothing before or after to facing an infinite existence. Timeless, a much more complete opposite you couldn't get. What the fuck do you do with that? Figure it out. Figure it out. Well, let's four share the room and we work hard for the cash. And getting up late in the Sunday, we never get to mass. It's a long way from here to here. It's a long way from here to here. Oh, it's a long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long way from here to here. When Friday evening comes around, Terry's only to fight him. My mom would like the letter home, but I'm not into writing. It's a long way from here to here. It's a long way from here to here. Oh, it's a long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long way from here to here. The only time I'm feeling right is when I'm into drinking. Eases off the pain a bit to the levels at my feet. It's a long way from here to here. It's a long way from here to here. Oh, it's a long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long way from here to here. It almost breaks my heart when I think of Josephine. I told her I'd be coming back with pockets full of green. It's a long way from here to here. It's a long way from here to here. Oh, it's a long way, it gets farther by the day. It's a long way from here to here. It's a long, long way from where to go. Oh, it's a long way. It's a long, long way from where to go. It's a long way. It gets further by the day. It's a long, long way. 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 It's a long way. It's a long, long way from there to It's not actually. It's not actually. It's a short distance over the mountains. I've driven up to the mountains many times, just like, less than 5 or 6 miles away, and you can see Ennis. And my son is in Ennis, Steve. So it's not a long, long way, but it feels like a million miles away. I started off a song ages ago. I probably have one of the tapes outside. I do have one of the tapes outside. Million miles, a million miles from home, and you're just around the corner. I've been hanging on to life for dear love. Yes, so that's it. A million miles of yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Okay, it's 23:50, 11:50 here in Ireland. So I'll definitely continue talking. So I haven't gone back into StreamYard. So I don't know who might be waiting. If you're waiting in StreamYard, just hang on a few more minutes. And yeah, I'll definitely allow you in. Oh, not that I can allow anything, but I'll click you in and we'll have a chat. But because it's coming up to midnight, I'll get a few more songs, one song in. So I think about that. I talk about artifice and art. Aristarchus, that's another good historicism. But yeah, what does it represent? And when we think in terms of a state of knowing, as opposed to thinking, even, what is the distinction? And I think once again, everything's about context. So once we take ourselves away from the heliocentric, which is our circus of Samus context, once we move upwards away from the heliocentrism, but where does that take us? Away from artifice, away from the need to sort of express. What are we trying to express? That's what I was thinking in terms of imagine it yourself, my friends. I mean, you know how long I've been doing these hangouts. So, he couldn't retrieve any of the information that I have. And yeah, it's outside of other information, most primarily the music, which must have been hundreds and hundreds of files. And if ever I needed to do albums, I could just always delve back into those, right? And, put some focused attention to it and produce about an album a month. Definitely, I know I could do that. Definitely, and especially now with the harmonica. So I do have a piano, a keyboard here, but you can't obviously play guitar and keyboard at the same time. So it never became a part of my what I was going to say, act, whatever it is, performance, just to myself. But when it comes to compositions, yeah, it adds a different dimension. So I could have gone back on all of those stuff, but hopefully it's not lost forever. And even if it takes a good amount of money, maybe at some future point. But that's all part of artifice as well. That's what I'm saying about all of everything that I've recorded and put. It's all in my head somewhere. So with access, I don't even need access to anything outside. It's all there. I think that that's the era we're entering into. That's my whole point about all of this. Is I think the era we're entering into, no more need for artifice. The truth will become known, and once you know the truth, and everyone knows the truth in that sense, well, there's no need to express it. We just already know, right? And knowing is good enough. So where does thinking fit within knowing? Of course, the K is very significant. No, K N O W, now N O W. So actually thinking about, I talked about the N, the divided. When you have a K, so actually, because the K represents a divided state as well, when we put a K and a reverse K together, we get an IXXI, 911. So that's not too hard to understand. But one K alone represents a divided state as well, just like the N does. Um, But when you get a divide, it's like a negative and a negative. When you get a negative and a negative, it cancels out for a positive. So we have the K canceling out the negative aspect of the N because the K itself is negative to give a positive or a neutral, I guess, in a sense. The neutral now, that's good now. That's good. The neutral now, well, the always now. Uh, yeah, let me just So yeah, so if you're waiting StreamYard, I haven't been back to it yet to have a look, but just bear with me for a few more minutes. I'll just go to Lou and I'll play a song. In due. Right. Sorry about that. You want to have the patience of Job to listen to the show because it's not that I don't give a fuck. Of course I do, but I just do what I do anyway. Well, it's only now, right? So from my last can, a sixth can, I'm going to just dilute it a small bit from 7 Up. Haha, 7 Up. Fucking hell. Everything is a clue for us. Honestly, it has to be. It's like a video game. It's like a video game. Honestly, it has to be like a video game. Wake up to it. So we're not this material experience. So if we're not, well, where does that lead us? Well, is everything scripted? Is everything a clue for us? Bob Dylan is certainly a clue giver. Mark Sargent is a clue giver. Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser. What do these people ultimately know? I believe that I definitely know Nathan isn't in possession of all of the truth. I definitely know that, or I feel that anyway. But they're made privy to some of the truth. There's a greater game going on. You're doing all this to awaken to reality, to the truth. But every man has to live his own life. So no matter how much you get involved in the greater superstructure, there has to be some mystery involved. Well, I think that applies to all of these levels, all of these different actors. All of Hogarth there in chat. Unless I'm mistaking you for someone else, I don't think I am because you left a few chat messages, which are like flat flurfers and all that sort of bullshit. But you've been consistent in that in your defense of the spinning ball Earth. I think you can do that and you can justify it yourself because you've been told the true nature of reality to some degree. And for me, I agree with you. Earth is a spinning ball. But what Earth is, not as you presented, not in that literal globular sense with the infinite universe around and the story attached to it. No, it's metaphor. That's why I say we live in a metaphysical reality and metaphor rules, right? Metaphorsics, yeah. So metaphorsics rules, right? So metaphysical reality and everything is metaphor. Metaphorsics. So the physics of the mind. That's what it is. That's what it is. All of Einstein. Einstein is not a fraud. You can say they're a fraud. They're a character. They're just a character within the game. Okay, you take the literal man seriously. That's fair enough. Once you get to the deeper levels of the game, you find out that the literal man you took seriously at level 2 turned out to be something quite different, right? But the truth being in all things, well, space-time is ether, friends. Space-time is ether. Who hates ether? Well, you're a band leader. Quantum Eraser. When I say I use it liberally, right? But the main voice, who's the main voice in the English-speaking language across the world? The main bulldog, flat Earth. No other man will fit the shoes there but Nathan Oakley. Every day a show, man. So remember I talked about the N earlier on and the O, everything in relation to the OH. Nathan Oakley is no, N-O. What's the difference between no, N-O, and O-N, on? Well, you have the opposite of on, which is off, O-F-F. Why is off? Which takes precedent here and why? And what should take precedent? That's the question, right? Anyway. Who am I talking to, right? Well, talking to the world, actually. Everything is recorded. I've been so blue. I don't know what's over you. You have found someone but don't say goodbye. I don't know just what I am, but don't tell me no secrets, tell me some lies. No reasons, give me alibis. Tell me you love me, but don't let me cry. Say innocent, but don't say goodbye. I didn't know just what I had. I didn't know just what I had. Oh, but honey, now I do. Don't break my bones. Don't break my bones. Don't break my bones. I don't have brown eyes. I have greeny blue eyes, by the way. So, as promised, anyone in queue waiting to get in? Nobody. It's okay. Um, oh, great to see Bob Noel, gynecologist in chat. I haven't seen you in a while, man. Where you been? Uh, actually, someone mentioned I met someone recently, and he was a luthier, and his relation, his brother-in-law or something, was a gynecologist. And when everything was reduced down, this is what your mum was having. The gynecologist told him, like, it's just like a plumber. It's just a series of pipes. If something's wrong, something's out of place, you just diagnose it, and you know, you effect repairs, simple repairs. That's all there is to it. And I believe it. I believe it. There's no experts in this world. You're the best expert. You are the best expert. When we talk about intricate, first of all, anything to do with sex is being made purposefully dirty, right? So anyone who deals in these areas has to be respected because they're dealing in dirty areas, right? They have to be compensated. So therefore, our respect has to go out to them, but not really as well when we think about it and we think about the processes we've been through in terms of the brainwash. Where should I look here? See, there's the white dot here. That's the white dot. There's the camera. The camera's here. Okay, should I look here? That would be, I'm a bit less cockeyed if I look there. I probably never did that from the start. I always look, see, yeah, looking to see the light, right? So yeah, if I look just slightly left of the light, I should be looking straight into the camera and straight into your eyes. Which the last comment is Bob Nodel's. I know what it says like, but gynecologist. I'm looking to Bob Nodel's gynecologist's eyes, right? Where's his eyes been looking? Where have your eyes been looking, Bob? Anyway, Bob Nodal. Bob is not very interesting. One of the chiefs. So again, Bob Nodal goes out every week, isn't it? I know they have. He's associated with the FE Core, Flat Earth Core. So a big production, part of the Batocli company. They're all. It's all the same. It's all the same. But Bob Nodal. Someone took John Casper, Friendly Ghost, was talking about nodes on Earth where you have high points and tidal, what would you call them? Gatherings, which lead to variation from level in water. And well, my explanation for that is, well, everything stems from the north, a giant whirlpool at the north. When Aristarchus moves, it moves up and down, and yeah, it moves once in a circle on a daily basis. Up and down on a yearly basis, and in and out. Think about that. Maybe on a monthly basis, just with the moon, etc. But the sun moves in a sine wave as well. When there's no moon, when we see no moon, that means the sun is higher, reflecting higher as we perceive it against the barrier. Barrier is a watery barrier. We're in the outer barrier, which begins low at the north, highest at the equatorial areas, about 60 miles, Kármán line distance, and lowest at the southern peripherals, again to ground level. So we are looking at it from that particular perspective. Your latitude longitude lines applies to the sky. Almost has to be obvious at this stage. A grid-like coordinate system applies to the flat stationary Earth that we're on. So we have to combine both aspects, which in a sense is the curve, right? Which is the curve, and the straight line, which is the 1 and the 0. Everything is wondrous in a sense, but I think everything is simple, and I'm constantly trying to simplify everything as well. We have ventured into a material experience, and material reflects us, right? The immaterial in us, but also, I guess, the immaterial. It's my best way of thinking about it and progressing forward, right? As opposed to regressing. Now, that's an interesting one. Progress versus regress. Why? What within the word makes the distinction? I think that's what you got to figure. Michael Jackson, it's as easy as ABC, 1, 2, 3. Let me put the, what do you call it in again? The link, 2.88 mile mushroom. Please join, man. But this time, right, if you do join, I think we should keep it to a more general conversation. Not only because the stuff that you're saying is so in-depth, and I know it's based on so much well-founded research as well. Not that I'm vouching for you, man. I can't, the nature of our relationship, but it's so much for my brain to sort of encompass as well and reconsider. It's too much for one brief encounter, I guess. And yeah, what was the? Let me think about that now. What was that? Because I looked it up. I did look it up, but I have to rethink about that now because it seems like so long ago. It's probably about 2 or 3 months ago. I'll think about that now. Yeah, because I just saw you in chat. How are you doing, by the way? Good to see everybody. Who's that? Pendle Eltnep. You can't. So whoever that is, let me just try. Let me just. So I never heard of you before, or nor have I heard of Zoe Kenny. I don't think. Pendle Eltnep. Let me just try decode why you choose that particular enigmatic name for your screen name, assuming you're a South account, of course. The surname Eldnep. Let's go backwards. Pendel, and then so we have backwards and forwards meeting in the middle. What about that, Pendel? Wasn't that what just I was talking about with this OI, which is pi? OI is pi. What does pi consist of? Pi consists of the relationship between, as we're told, the diameter and the circle. But we never, it's not that we never, now that I think about it, right? Because Pendel, thank you, Pendel, we just take it for granted. We never question more deeply into it. But what is the line? What is the circle? And fundamentally, how does it relate to me, to us? As we're talking about Aristarchus, you can view as the point, the core, the very core of the tree of life, right? You can view as that point at the north center. And as it expresses upwards, because remember the tree is cut, so it's shooting up like a hose, a fireman's hose. He's firing it up in the air, and you cut the fucker. And it's not even a good, what do you call it? Let's say a fireman's hose within, no, that wouldn't be a good, I was going to say within a massive cake, and suddenly you cut the fireman's hose, but that would be no natural setting for that. Why would the fireman's hose be in a massive cake? By the way, I was thinking about the penis there. Let me, the cut penis, I guess. Okay, well, right, in a sense. So imagine the penis was inside and everything was connected, but when there was a disconnect, then everything shot everywhere. So yeah, in that sort of sense, Aristarchus is the central point. It moves in three motions, right? In and out, round and round, and up and down. The in and out motion, maybe that takes 28 days, gives us the cycle of this. The moon is a direct reflection of the sun, like no bones about it. The moon is a direct reflection of the sun. The moon itself, all craters are one crater, kaleidoscopically, like in a hole of mirrors. So why do we get a crescent moon? And I have so many brilliant questions that can stump anyone. And I'm not just talking about body of science, all the great giants of science in history, which the big man of science will be able to represent here, which are the likes of the Rumpus and Paper Explanator. Pete Shea here made shit of all those. And that's documented as well, and it's even documented. Paper Explanator conceding intellectually to me, he just had no answer to my conundrum, my questions posed, and I don't place any great brain on my shoulders. No, they're defending a lie. It's a tough gig being a baller, and especially when it's all a sort of path. They know well enough about the earth, the true nature of the earth. So yeah, when I talk about some of the stuff I talk about, this is beyond the beyond. This is even beyond flat earthers, right? No one will go to certain places. And why won't they go to certain places? Well, you've got to figure that out. Yeah, generally there's money involved. Any flat earthers making money. 2.88. Can you think of any flat earther is not making money from this? I don't mean even what levels do I mean? Even at the top levels, the major faces, the major contributors. Yeah, I just said that, Bob. L-neb is pendle backwards, so pendle and pendle meet me in the center. This is why I started talking about pi. Yeah, what is pi? And this is why I started talking about Aristarchus as well. When we think about pi in relation to Aristarchus is the center point. Aristarchus is the center point, the immaterial, the greater contributor to all of this. Because the reality is a construct, right? It has to be a construct. Yeah. So it's the expression of the 0 point that gives us the relation, gives us, first of all, the line, and gives us the relationship between the line and the circle. When we talk about pi in general sense, let me ask, is anyone serious? Any Pendle, are you serious? If I ask you a question, a serious question, will you answer it? Will you seriously pretend to be on the side of truth here. Because if you do that, I'll accept that, and I'll ask you a serious question. I'd love a serious answer. Bob, you're the same. 2.88 mile mushroom, of course, you're the same as well, but in that different category. At least if they pretend to give a serious answer, which some bowler antagonists do. The rumpus is one. He'll always try to answer your questions. But I've stumped the rumpus on many different occasions. But, Pendle, your perspective. Yeah. I ask you a serious question. Will you answer seriously? Let me ask the question. What does pi mean to you? Ultimately, we know it's a revered number. It's a transcendental. Carl Sagan, Sagan is Nagas backwards. Nagas is the Hydra, the serpent in Jewish mythology. So what does pi mean to you? Carl Sagan described pi as a number of God in, I should be looking at myself in the screen, I should be looking at the dot. The dark hal. So the positive hal is the bright light, and then negative hal and the camera. But anyway, he described pi as the number of God in one of his novels. The Quartus, if you remember Quartus, I'm sure you know Quartus, informed me of that it was from one of his novels as opposed to him directly saying it. But he expressed it in a way, and as you might consider anyway, consider him to be a character. What might he be presenting? So what does pi mean to you? That's my question. You're all about math describing reality. So pi being this basic transcendental and a value transcendental. What does it mean to you? Getting to the core of matters. Of course, we know it's a relationship between the diameter of a circle and the circumference. But is there anything more to it than that? Excellent, Bob. Excellent. So Pendle, Bob, I asked the question to both of you. Bob says, let me put that on camera here. I won't put it up. I won't show it. I'll take it off again now. Because, actually, I'm not going to show too many links tonight. But Bob says, I'm always on the side of truth. Now, are you talking as Bob Nodel's gyroscope, Bob Nodel's gynecologist, or yourself? You have to divulge your name there, but let's just take it at face value anyway. So you're always on the side of truth. What does pi mean to you then? And how does it translate to reality? If it's a transcendental, it has a greater relationship and significance than can be encompassed, I guess. This is the point. Than even the greatest intelligent mind of man, of human. So what do you reckon, Bob? What does pi mean to you? Right. Pendle, which I figured out, Bob, I figured that out. And this is why I'm talking about pi, because I think this is where it actually gets. So 3.14 means mathematics isn't accurate enough. Well, that's not as accurate as mathematics can get. Mathematics can get as accurate with pi to the trillionth and beyond degree. All you need is more. The more time you have, the more the computer will be able to detail pi to the greater ever level. So the greater progress along the path of infinity. So you couldn't be more wrong there. So you misrepresented mathematics, Pendle. So did you say you're on the side of truth? No, that was Bob. So if you're on the side of truth, Pendle, like your friend Bob here, then you will admit that your last comment here was misplaced, because that's not the extent of mathematics and their ability to describe pi. They've done it to an infinite number of greater digits than 3. You've just 3 digits. But funny enough, when you mention 3 digits, this 42 is the answer, right? Let me put that on screen. 42 is the answer. The question is, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? Right? Yeah. The question. And I'll tell you why that's the answer, because you've just given it. Hang on, what's after happening there? Oh, hang on. Okay, that's the answer. That's the question. What do you get when you divide 0 by 1? Well, you get pi, right? Which the three significant figures is 3.14. That's a mathematical instruction which signifies multiplication. 3 multiplied by 14 equals 42. Isn't that special? Isn't that simple as well, isn't it? So ultimately, it signifies the ultimate answer, 42, because it's a relationship, the three significant figures between the line, the circumference, and the diameter, right? Circumference being 0 and the diameter being 1. Are you going to deny that, Pendle? Bob? Are you going to deny that? That the circle and the 1, the circumference and the diameter is the 0 and the 1, as we would use it? So me saying the ultimate question is, what do you get when you divide the 0 by the 1? Well, you have that relationship 3.14 to 1. 3.14 is 42. But the bigger question beyond that is, what is the line? What is a circle? Bob and Pendle, question to you as well. What is a circle? Which came first is another question. Which came first? Circle or the line? Now, I'm going to put Bob's message up. Pete says, mathematics is accurate enough. Science is based on mathematics, right? No. That's not true. That can't be true. But you have a different idea of what science means. Define science. Is mathematics innate? No. It's a qualitative thing. You try to well, that's a different matter. But you define science first of all. No, it's not. If science is a search for truth, natural truth, right? You don't need mathematics, but you also do, because everything that's claimed to be natural is unnatural, and you know it. That's why you're doing what you're doing, Bob. That's why you're doing what you're doing, whoever you are. You possibly Chris MCM. I don't think you'd probably be insulted if I said that, because you probably don't like Chris as well. Chris MCM, the Scottish guy. Well, I completely accept it was an accident that another man's semen landed on him, but it's still. It doesn't wash too well. Yeah, Chris admitted that in one of the old Discord, Gem Pandas Discord. So I was laughing my arse off. It was going over, but it was an accident. Anyway, I was getting a hard time for all my talk about every man, right, and every man's physiology. But yeah, no one can handle me, Dodo. It seems like years ago now. When we think about, let me give you a clue, Bob, or let me sort of. What does a man do when he knows he's not dealing with forthright, honest people? But you might be honest in your own right. You twist words, but your intent is there to deceive in some way. I'm not fooling myself. wouldn't be in the same category as me, I suppose. I have no affiliations. I'm not speaking in riddles. I'm not defending an indefensible position continuously. But let me help you along the path in terms of the question I asked. So, which came first, the circle or the line? The line had to come first. Would you agree? So, Pendle says, PJ, circle is more accurate than mathematics. But yet accurate. Hang on. So, Pendle, let me. In your avatar here is very interesting. But there's no such thing as a perfect circle. There's no such thing as a perfect circle. It can't be accomplished in reality. Whereas mathematics is foundationally perfect. Everything has to stem and flow from, well, I was going to say, is it a perfect beginning? Has the original axiom been clarified? For instance, when you let A be a point of zero dimension, do you trust in that, Pendle? Because that's at the very heart of geometrical mathematics. So, do you trust in that? In as much as that it applies to your reality and you can wrap your brain around, which is part of this reality. Do you trust in that core axiom, let A be a point of zero dimension? Uh, Let me ask a follow-on question. Even if you do trust in that, or you can go along with that, any conclusions that can be formed from that basic starting point, can you trust as applied to reality? Good question, right? Excellent question. I can rephrase that if you wish. But if a circle is more accurate than mathematics, what is a circle? Can you answer what is a circle, Pendle? And I'll get back to you. Bob knows gyroscope. In search of truth, yes, science corrects itself over time. On the shoulders of the giants of science, right? Because I can see so far, it's only because I've stood on the shoulders of giants. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Be your own giant. Be your own giant. Who? Bob. Bob Knowles' gyroscope. Be original. What have you introduced to the world? An original thought of your own. Science corrects itself? You don't know science. What is science? You can't even clarify what it is. If it's a search for truth, well, who's at the helm? Who's guiding the search? Is it corrupted? Everything that you learned about life, does it tell you that there's at the core of every endeavor there's a corruption? Who do you trust? Elon Musk with his penis rocket? Get the fuck out of here, man. And I think you're that stupid, Bob. Reveal yourself. I've said it before, and I ordered a revelation. I myself ordered a revelation. All actors have to reveal themselves. So reveal yourself. You don't have to do it right now, but you're ordered to do it at an ultimate level. Okay, nice one. Nice one. it's still pissing rain outside. Is it the 17th? 19th. It's the 19th of the 11th today. I wonder, is there any media stories emerging just in honor of the day? I've often brought up the image of Aristarchus. I don't have it on the new hard drive here, but that was released on, was it the, it was either the 6th of January or the 9th of January, so it was 1-9 again. So significant there. And the images were taken on 25th of December. So very interesting there with the birth of Christ, right? The Church of Christ. So anyway, yeah. You're very active tonight, lads. Pendle, there's a link here. Jump in. Anyone? Pendle, have you balls? Have you balls between those central legs there, which pivot around the E at the end, whole E, spirit? I wonder what you know, man. Come in and challenge yourself. Yeah, any man can type and chat. I'm not saying that in an antagonistic fashion, in a sense, but at the same time, let me meet you. You don't have to come on screen or anything. Let me talk to you, and you can answer some tough questions. Uh, Not tough questions, easier questions. Right, it corrects itself over time. So I'll go to the last question. So 2.88 says, remember when science told us moon landings were real? Yeah, yeah. Well, we have a different idea of what science actually is. I'm going to break down the word SCIENCE. That's interesting. S with the S and the C. I was thinking about that earlier on with the school that we're all sent to, with it just specifically in relationship between the S and the C. Two C's make an S, right? Two C's, a C and a C. When we think about the word Christ, CHRIST. So you've got to make a transformation from the core offering. Look at the way I did this as well. Apparently, this is the sign of God. So I was just listening, forgive my tobacco stained fingers. So this here, so I was just looking at a brief video, just a suggestion on YouTube. And this is the sign that Spock makes. And your mom was kind of saying that he had a vision, that he was in a dream and he was with Jesus, and Jesus showed him certain hand sign. And this was the hand sign. So we have two united aspects, mirrored aspects facing forward, scooping forward like this. So that's interesting. Why did I mention that now? Why was I making that hand sign? But that's interesting that's how I've been thinking about that as well. And I've been thinking about that always in terms of the divided state, 5 and 5. Here we have 5 and here we have 5. 5 and 5 is 10, the 1 and the O, the I-O, right? That's the basis of pi. Now, we get the 1, we get the 0. What's at the source of it? That's why I asked you what a circle is. Can you you might have answered that okay, hang on. Oh, hang on, Pendle. Are you a flat earther, Pendle? I didn't realize you might be a flat earther. The line came out of the circle. Okay, well you have a question there, so that's not a statement. I asked you the question. The line came out, so maybe that's your answer, your honest answer, and you're asking how does it fare? So let me get that straight, Pendle. You're a flat earther, and the secondary question would be, do we know each other? Do I know you under another name as well? All you have to do is answer yes or no, and if it's yes, okay. And if you want to reveal yourself, that's okay as well. Bob Nodal, I know, is Bob Nodal is a shell. Both Bob Nodals, Bob Nodal and Bob Nodal's gyroscope. Let me tell you what Bob Nodal's gyroscope proved. Because Bob is an actor himself. Ether moves. Aristarchus moves. So central source to everything. Central source to earth, to atmosphere, to sky. And that's Aristarchus, the tree of life. And it's cut, and the heart core emanation upwards. Bob is, of course, attached to FE core. But he won't mention Aristarchus. None of them will. None of them can. Because they're clue givers. But you have to make your way towards Aristarchus. I'm looking at myself here. See this hollow? The teeth. Bad teeth. I got teeth missing. I reckon we could do away with that. I reckon there's technology there to grow. Well, I have an artificial limb. I know there's fucking technology. All I have to do is sit in a booth or something, lie down and just 2 or 3 hours, go to sleep and wake up with a new leg generated. I know there's that type of technology around. Um, I don't think I'm looking too bad there now. But yeah, so Bob Nolan's gyroscope, that's what that proved. Something's moving. We know it's not the Earth. Alone, I can defeat anyone. It doesn't even matter at this stage. I'm well beyond it. Defeat anyone. Um, in moments by some of the questions I'd ask. The first question I ask anyone: if you pretend to be an honest inquirer, you're on the side of truth. When, to the best of your knowledge, was the Earth proven to move? Because remember, you're coming away from such a massive paradigm, flat and stationary Earth. When was it proven? And when was the information presented that it was proven that the Earth moved? And more especially then at the given speeds at various latitudes, right? Yeah, no one can answer that. That immediately says you're not honest because that's the first and basic consideration when you come to consider flat Earth. It has to be. When we think, especially when we think of given history, we think, well, what are the original questionings of man once they reach a cognitive stage and the ability to consider greater reality? Something's moving. So what's moving? These are the ultimate question. Is it the Earth? Is it what we're on? Is it what's above? Because everything appears to move in unison above. Or, and this is where heliocentrism, this is why they said the Earth is a spinning ball, because everything appears to move in unison. They've made everything above flat and everything below contoured, whereas everything below here is flat and everything above is contoured. So, very simple. It's actually, it's very simple. That's the way I look at it now. And it has to be, because it's the truth. Truth. And because everything, devil's realm, everything is inverted. Actually, what do we do? What do we get when we invert the devil? Lived. Lived. What do you live? You live a life. Life, Life. We're told at the start it's a lie. And no greater lie can it be. Bigger, it's the most massive lie you can ever imagine. Because I've come from 70 short years. My father was 73 score and 10. That's all he expected to live to. I think he lived till 72 or 74, maybe 72. Maybe 70, yeah, I think it was 72. Funny if it was 72. I wasn't that close to my father. But I came away from that and now I have eternity on my side. So, what fraction of eternity is 72 short years? Yeah. And I know people know better as well. Of course they do. I'm going to play. I'm going to play the greatest. Yeah, I'm looking at my own eye. That's why I look wonky here. I'm looking at my own eyes in the StreamYard screen. So I'm looking down at the computer screen. There's my own eyes here as I'm pointing at the screen. Actually, why isn't it? Why am I not pointing directly at the middle of the screen? Because my eyes are in the middle of the screen on the screen. Perspective, right? Because the camera is up here. So as I move closer on the screen, I'm pointing right to my eye now at the minute. So my finger, my pinky finger, and not my pinky, my index finger is pointing right at my eye on the screen, just like your own screen, the center of your YouTube screen. But from the camera's perspective, I'm pointing down at my Mickey. So I haven't played this in a while, but because it's after 12, close to 1 actually, I'll keep it down. A soft song will suffice, and no greater song to sing as well. And well, to describe it as the most significant song in current times, in a sense, the most significant song ever written, I don't think it would be exaggerating it too much. I really don't. It's the 9/11 was the greatest movie event, the greatest extravaganza, greatest symbolic affair of our times, and the greatest blockbuster as well, in a literal sense, but also in a theatrical sense, because everyone voted. Everyone bought the movie. Every movie has a soundtrack, and every soundtrack has a closing parting song. Every closing parting song, well, I'm not going to say one specific closing parting song of one specific soundtrack, which is the soundtrack to 9/11, has an omitted verse. So pay attention to the omitted verse, and well, pay attention to the context as well. Wide, wide, sleep pearls, help me get back to your arms. Cheap sex and sad films, help me get where I belong. Think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. Stop sending letters. Letters always get burned. It's not like the movies. They follow some little white lies. I think you're crazy, baby. I think you're crazy, baby. Beautiful angels torn apart and glamorous and lifeless, I hardly recognize you. Think you're crazy, maybe. Think you're crazy, maybe. I will see you in the next Well, what does the omitted verse tell us? Beautiful angels torn apart at birth, limbless and lifeless. I hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. I will see you in the next life. Tom York, who sings that, who, you know, remember Radiohead, and who is honored, I guess, in a sense, with being the singer, being the composer, being part of this the greatest soundtrack in history, with this final song as well. Well, he's nicknamed Dodo. You make it up, my friends. There's more to be made of it, right? Dodo, God divided, God, waiting for Godot, divided state of much man, the animal man, God. I think, and I'm saying this to myself, which way is up? Which way is up? I've recognized for the longest of times, hell is up, hell is cold, go straight upwards. Imagine that was the final question. So on departure of life, and of course we live, imagine, this was just part of the rules upon entering. If you learned enough, then you'd be able to answer, and then you go back home. If not, you go back in, and then you just do everything again until you can be able to answer the right question. But yeah, ultimate question: which way to heaven or to heaven? So you die, right, and you wake up in this fog. Um, Heaven. You always see is this sign just floating midair, heaven, and you have this rotatable arrow, so it can point up or down, and you've got to position it, press the button, and go. Most of us would say upwards. I wouldn't say upwards now, right? Because if I go up, I'm meeting waters. I actually said this to Marcus today. I'm meeting waters at 40 miles, 50 miles, depending on my latitude here in Ireland. So heaven is downwards. Imagine that. Imagine it turned out to be something as rudimentary as that. Fucking hell. Understanding that everything is inverted. So once you come to understand that you live in a world where everything is necessarily inverted because it reflects the true reality, then, well, will you ever get the right answer when hell freezes over? He's all right. If you heard me whistling there, there's a bird of all things to be whistling at this hour. The bird chirping away in the corner. All the other birds are going. What's going on, man? It's not daytime yet, but just noticing at the window again, the green hue to the sky. It's everywhere. It's omnipresent. My ultimate. Do you hear the bird in the background? I just whistled. What I was whistling there was, sort of my intent was, if hey, how you doing? What are you doing up this hour? If you're in trouble, let me know. I might try to help you. I often leave just bread, crumbs or stuff and food on the windowsill here, and the birds come. I'm woken up whenever the crack of dawn is and the birds are out. But yeah, if there's a bird in trouble, sure he can come over and help me, or I can help him out if I can. But yeah, I think maybe he's reacting to this green hue, this different energy in the sky. What is day? What is night? These two divides. Actually, we think about the basic words, D-A-Y. There we have the D, the divide. The D is half the theta, right? Half is zero now. So all of these words are significant. Excuse me. All of these letters are significant. And stop sending letters, which was all of those words from the soundtrack, the closing offering from the soundtrack of the greatest movie of our times, 9/11, are significant. Every one of those words are aptly chosen. Stop sending letters. Letters only get burned. What that mean? You have a letter, right? So you write a letter to somebody, you send that, or the letter itself, which makes up the word. The letter means nothing without the sound of the sentence. You have two sort of combining aspects, which is thought and then the sound expression. Um, why do letters only get burned? Are we in hell? Are we in hell already? I remember I asked earlier on, what's the point in all of this? More so asked myself after apparently losing all of my information, all of my research gathered over the years, all of my offerings, I guess, and especially the music aspect. There must be hundreds of things. But again, I have the hard drive there, so maybe it'll be retrievable. Because all that happened, your man just said it was just old age. The computer's say 7, 8 years now. A very thin Asus computer as well. Asus, I talked about Jesus earlier on. Asus. So we oppose, A is the anti, right? We oppose SUS. So as opposed to SUS, right? So we have the SUS. So when we think of us, right? Us is outside. Us is an extension outside of myself. But yeah, angels. So we're thinking about angels and Atman. This is what the Vedic practitioner Jack I met inside town when I was busking, and he stopped. He's a very nice man, honestly. He's talking about the Vedic ideal of the Atman, perfect man. So we think about the A, the AT. So we have the H. You can go downwards, and the V, upwards to the A. With the H as well, you bring the two divided aspects together and the cross up to get the T. So the Atman. Corona was said to be spread by a bat, B-A-T, biting a man. Or not a biting him. I don't know what did he eat. The bat's testicles or something? He had a certain part, imagine like, oh, someone in China ate a bat. I mean, all of Corona. Well, fuck it. I mean, you know, that's not so strange because people in China eat anything. You know, anything on a stick. Go look at Carl Pilkington's visit to China, and they'll tell you what the Chinese people, which is fair enough. Fucking hell. I mean, if you're going, I don't eat meat anymore. Um, Even over the Christmas there, my mother cooked up a lot of turkey and ham and a lovely turkey and mustard sandwich or something like that. I resist it, like, but I don't eat that anymore. But you think that eating the pig's loin is more respectable, I guess, than eating the pig's trotters. I don't. I would have, obviously been convinced of that years ago when I was a meat eater. You're not going to eat pig's toes. They boil them up in a big pot and serve them up with some toast. No, I'd much rather have the fillet of ham. But ultimately, it's just the parts. It's, what do you eat? The chicken's fucking knob, or what do you eat? The chicken's tit. What does it matter? It's still just the part. How does it taste? So yeah, that a Chinaman at a bat. Fucking hell. Go on Carl Pilk, or go on YouTube. Yeah, if you're not from England or Ireland or maybe English speaking country. No, you wouldn't have heard of it in America as well. But just type in Carl Pilkington's visit to China. So anyone still in chat, if you haven't seen that, but the idea being that the fucking Chinese will eat anything. Stuff that, you know, even every other uncivilized nation will throw away, the Chinese will eat. I don't know. What levels do you get to? Okay, hang on. I'm going to sing another song as well because it's late. So I haven't been keeping up with chat. Bob Nodal, you seem to be very busy. So let's go through a few of the. So here's the next one down. We stand on the shoulders of science giants. Okay. The Giants of Science. That's a good title for a song. Do you believe in science? Truth. All there is truth. Something is true or not true. That's all. Science is the search for truth. Now, can science be corrupted? Sure. Your search for truth can be corrupted if you are corrupted yourself. That's all. Simple as that. Simple as that. If you're part of the devil means the corruption, the opposition to truth. And that's what you are there, Bob. And that's why you're resting underneath the cushion of, what are you? You're a big rig, picture of a big rig. I know you're a clue giver as well, so I'm not offending you personally because I know, you're playing a part. Within your name, the name you chose, you're bringing attention to a greater point, which is fair enough. But yeah, taking everything as it seems, as it appears, right? You're corrupted. You're anti-truth. You are. If the giants of science were so effectual, they wouldn't need defending at this stage. The natural truths would shine. Simple as that. But because they don't, and because you are here strenuously defending these giants of science and their ideas that don't stand up to scrutiny. Well, for me, clearly I know you're playing your part, but you have a very difficult part to play, to be convincing. Evolving from a rodent is still a religion, okay? Believe in science, your language betrays you. Well, 2.8. And it's provocative language as well, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to sort of balance, but come in and have a chat, Pendle or Bob. You won't do that because you know that within moments, you'll be brought down to bear. Simple as that. There's no great shakes. Who am I? I'm nothing. But I would be the true scientist, not you. Not you, man. I would be the true scientist. I don't believe in Einstein because I found out that Einstein was not all he was presented to be. Another interesting aspect about the S, he and she, right? So you have the S in front. Woman's torn from man. So the S is the divided state. Male and female are torn from one another. I'm going to say in a pie fashion. That's what I'm going to say. Just exactly as I said, Aristarchus moves. Aristarchus be viewed as a central point, moving in a line in and out in a circular fashion, and then up and down as well. So this is exactly the divide between the male and the female. All the chakra points are the division points. Rise the tar. We have to rise the tar for illumination. In order for a light bulb to work, you have the energy coming upwards, and then you have the explosion. Every time you explode outwards, then you're doing the work of the devil. That's, you know what I mean? You're doing the work of the devil in the sense that, you're committing a sin. You are wasting such enamored, imbued fluids, wondrous fluids, on material lusts. So that's the sin. That's all. You're sinning against yourself. This is the whole point, I think. And yeah, how do you bridge those gaps? Get your mind straight. Get your mind straight. Get your orientation right. Get your orientation right. And it's a drip drab fashion. Chinese torture. You know, that's what I think. That's what I'm thinking myself. How does it pull? Imagine I was a porn actor, right? Could be. And actually, I could be. Yeah. Well, anyway, amputee actor, amputee porn. I could be a good amputee porn actor, and sure get paid a lot. I just thinking of it. But I did talk about that, man. Oh well, the basic bodily functions are still the same, right? And how does a porn actor who is at it, he's hard at work. He's hard at work on a continuous basis, right? How does the fluids replenish the way that you can satisfy the camera or satisfy what you're trying to sell, which is the money shot at the end of the day, the ejaculation. How does the body work to replenish? And I say in a drip drab fashion, right? So something is leaking down. Where is it leaking from? Is it been? Do you have like what they say with the female eggs? There's a fixed and a set number from the outset. And just over time, then they run out, and eventually that's the end of that. Is it the same thing with the spinal fluid, the greater central core, which is coming from the top? The top is the center of the nut. The top. So if you think of a flower bulb, that's our head. So if you turn myself upside down, you have the limbs flailing and the arms and the legs, and you have the trunk and the torso, but fundamentally everything's upside down. But you have to imagine that my female counterpart as well. So my brain is unfolded outwards like a nut opening up, but my female counterpart's brain is also opened up, right? So my left brain would be her right brain, and vice versa, right? So it's in that context. Everything is closed up. And isn't it funny? Our chin fits right into this groove here. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Right into this groove. Chin down, it almost perfectly, as if to pull the brain right down, as if everything is pulled out. So again, a flower, a pod, open pod doors, Hal. So like a pod, upside down, sprouting. But we're like the seed that's fallen on the ground. There's nothing to cling to, so we just lay out. Oh, we're doing but there's nothing to ground to, so we don't produce. Is the ultimate purpose to produce and to reproduce? Do we multiply or do we divide? So in a sense, I don't mean to say this in a disrespectful manner. Jesus is a trickster. Jesus is the trickster, maybe. So, do we multiply or do we divide? Where do you want to go with all of this? This is another question. Where do you want to go? It's a good question, Pete, isn't it? Where does it all lead? Everyone here will have a different answer to that. What's your reasoning behind your thought? So I don't mean to impose on any other conversations we've been on. The sun transforms time into linear realm. That's a meaningless conversation, man, or a meaningless statement. But you're probably talking to someone else. Let me read this. 2.88 is a very interesting line. Faith is a religious artifact. I mentioned artifact, art, and our expression. What's all art about? 2.88 mushroom, my mushroom. But I think all art is about. It's a sort of a feigned attempt, I guess, at expressing reality, but that's against certain context, a certain historical, evolutionary context. And this is what Bob Noble and I'm not sure about Pendle. I didn't see your answer if you're a flat earther or not. If you are, fair enough. I don't think you. Well, maybe you might be. But I didn't say it anyway. But yeah, it all depends on the context. And from my context, 400. And as I fucking look at the clock in the corner, 422. I was just about to say 422-year-old Earth. That's my context now. So this divide that I'm experiencing now is that young, if you want to put it. By the ability to bridge that divide, I say yeah. I say yeah. We all have. But understanding that basic structural divide, structure and composition to our being. To be or not to be, because you're one aspect of the be, you're missing a half. And I guess the ultimate thing is because we can't change that, right? Can me as the half make the whole? So in other words, can I reunite divided parts? Can I complete the circuitry? And as I say, this is where the body of Christ comes in. This is where coming upwards comes into it. But where do you go from there? You transcend, I guess. You leave the material behind. But are you willing to leave everything behind? I guess the question would be at this stage, at this pivotal stage, these corona-ridden times, right? What connects you to this world? What do you need to, what do you need to leave to be free? You leave everything. Does it involve the ultimate sacrifice, everything you care most dearly about? It has to be, as a parent, it has to be your child, right? But even if you had 4 or 5 children, how do you pick between them? You know what I mean? Do you have to be willing to let everything go? And ultimately, is everybody separate yet united? If there's a greater me, well, then this is not me. So this story that I'm having here is only a tiny fraction, a part of a greater story. So there has to be a purpose, therefore, to this story. I guess, in one sense, there's no more clear example of a man leaving something behind that he cares most about, and that's me leaving my son behind, which is 5 years ago. I didn't leave my son behind. I was I was arrested for going over to pick up my son and ended up. I'm not saying I'm not bringing any of this stuff, but I ended up in the cell for a night, and it's all got to do with the legal name and all of this sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't know anything about my son in the last 6 years, and as I said, he's only over in Ennis, which is 25 miles away. It's the ultimate departure in a sense, leaving everything behind, but not quite because I'm still here. We leave nothing behind. Time is an illusion. Well, someone said something about time earlier on. Where was that? Let me just bring up the comment again. Tell me what time is. Yeah, what is time? If you defend an Einsteinian model of the universe, well, one of the basic core components of the theorizing is the idea of an intermingling of space and time. What is space, man? What's your understanding of what space is, Bob, or what time is? You can't. I'm going to guess that you can't answer these questions. You're just going to revert to the giants of science. Well, that's fair enough. Well, what are you here defending a position for then? And of course, you can't answer that. You'll just. It doesn't matter. That's why I don't get involved in these sort of things. That's why you don't come on here, or that's why I'm not even bothered about whether you come on or not. But the point is, if there's an honest endeavor in play, it's soon identified, and a dishonest endeavor is also equally as soon identified. And I'm not just talking about you. Obvious actors like you, Bob, are obvious, but when it comes to flat Earth contributors, equally obvious, I would say, in a sense, but less obvious in another sense. Then you have to cling to something, right? Has to be something else. Can't just be you. I think of another soft song, but that's hilarious. Now that I was just going to talk about 422-year-old Earth. I looked up the clock. It was 4:20. I think it was almost 4:22:22. Would you believe? As I look out at the Eden-ridden sky, Eden has come to us. I think, my friends. Now, what to make of it? A bird is out there. He's still whistling away. Confused. As I mentioned earlier on, Mask of the Beast, Mask of the Beak. I think they're reminding us. I think the truth is coming out on all levels, and it's only, in hindsight, we'll recognize all the signs, all the hints, all the clues. Can't even get strings from a guitar. The shop is closed. And actually, I had an encounter with the. Oh, which reminds me, every baller, Corona is real. 9/11 official story is true, and the ball is spinning, careering globe. The Earth is. But yeah, the guy who sells me strings inside in the Savins, the main shop in town, which up to now we got on grand. Well, I would say got on grand. We talk too much, but just always a salute. He always served me, and never him and his part wanted to get involved in conversation. But yeah, when it came to the mask, I got served the first time. The second time, I had to stand outside the shop because I had no mask on. I still said, "This is my position. It's the corona's a hoax," and they gave me strings. As I was busking one day, he came along 250, whatever, euro, 50 cent, fair play to him. But I started talking to him then, just briefly, because I just finished the song, and I just said, well, all of the, what do you call it, the stringent sort of protections that were put in place, they diddly squat. well, because corona levels gone through the roof again. So it's all nonsense, isn't it? But and immediately then he said, "No, it's not nonsense. I lost 3 friends." I'm going, "Jesus!" Then in my head, I was going, "Oh, Jesus! Well, you lost 3 friends. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But corona is still a hoax. That's not going to make me change my mind." And then he took umbrage to all of that. And I said, "Well, man, you should be more inclined to look more deeply into it because it's so personal. So if you did lose friends, it's because of something else, not corona." And of course, it's a difficult position to have, but it almost came to blows. Almost came to blows, but yeah, the shop is closed now, so I can't guitar strings. So if the strings sound a little bit old, because they are. 2.88 mile motion. Faith is a religious artifact, irrelevant to science. You just asked, don't you have faith in the science, man? All right, you're talking about the, yeah, we know the story there. So I'm going back a bit. So let me just put up the next comment. Please break down the word science first. Okay, I'll consider that now, Bob. That's where I started with the S and the C, that connection. So if we connect a C and a reverse C, then we get an S. So that divide is signified. We need to, it's all about reconnection, reconnecting the divided. So SCIENCE, okay. And have to think about that. Of course, with the word science, that's how we recognize it as psyop, science, PSYIENCE. But what the word is saying itself, I'll think more about that. So SCI would if we read it like that, SCI, so ICS. So S is the what we see there, ENCE. So SENE. Seen is what that science, just reading it like in that sense. SCIEN. So I sorry, so SIC and ENIC and EIC, right? So SENE. SEEN is seen, but SE is very significant. So E being the divided state, hold E, spirit, right? And S as well. E being the straight line, representing the aspects of the one. We think about so we're talking about this earlier on. I know I can, because I'm not talking to anyone in particular. I don't dwell on this sort of stuff. That's what I'm saying. A live conversation would be better. But I certainly have thought about this stuff, and it comes back to pi and the relationship between the point, the line, and the curve. So we have S representing the divided state of the ultimately O, right? And the E then representing the divided state of the H. So back to the H and the O. So you see the line and the circle. The one representing the male in general and the zero representing the female. So it's when the two dividing aspects come together, then we have the whole. H-O H-O-L-E, right? W-H-O-L-E. Okay, I'll sing the soft song. This is probably the last song. And too late. By lonely prison walls, I heard a young girl calling. I could have taken you away, for you stole Trevelyan's corn, so the young might see the morn. Now the prison ship lies waiting in the bay. the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the last free bird fly. Our love was on the wing. We had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. By lonely prison walls, I heard a young man calling. Nothing matters, Mary, when you're free. Against the famine and the crowd, I rebelled, they brought me down. You must raise our child with dignity. Oh, lie the fields of Athenry. Once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing. We had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. My lonely harbor moors, we watched the last star falling. As the prison ships sail out along the quay, for we live and hope and pray for our love and lovely day. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. The fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing. We had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. Oh, lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing. We had dreams and songs to sing. And it's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. Once we watched the small small free birds fly. Imagine we as humans were the culmination of every species, every diverse kind to have ever lived into one. Imagine that. We were an expression of that. Only because we're greater than the material as well. Wouldn't that be something, wouldn't it? I've already come to terms myself with the divided state of us in more ways than one. First of all, male from female, then self from self. You easily see my mouth as an anus, so everything below the heart is an exploded expression of everything above. So I see the shoulders and the hips are connected, the arms and the legs, the fingers and the toes, sort of inversions or opposites in a sense. Um, hmm, yeah, so that'd probably be the last song. So I hope it's coming across. Seems like it's coming across okay anyway from what I listen to YouTube. Uh, Moving on to the next comment. So I'll have to think about that, Bob. I'll have to think about that. Science. And ENCE is associated with mind. Now, why is it associated with mind? That's a different question. I have to think in a different sense. But the E and the N, and I pointed this out many times, I read it in chat as well. I know I'm going back a bit now, but heaven, Heaven, all those letters are chosen very, very specifically, represent something. When we look at Raven, Raven, and I was just going to mention this earlier on about cultural influences and how the truth is transmitted in one way or another, right? Because everything's about the truth. The lie is built on the truth. Even the lie tells you about the truth. And if the truth is us, if the truth is part of us, and if we're always meant to come by the truth, but then we can look at everything in a different light. So yeah, so AVENGERS. So that's my I just posted that. So yeah, when it comes to science, ENCE. Yeah, we have the two E's back to back as well, like just with Pendle there, and Pendle PEND. So that'll be Pen PEN Eldnep. So Pendle Eldnep. So we have the two E's coming together at the center point. When you think about the two capital E's, where would you pinpoint the exact center of gravity, center point? It's where the two central arms of the E's meet at a center 0 point. And this is the A point. This is the A point in your mathematical axioms, Bob. Let A be a point of zero dimension. Now, how can you trust in what this core axiom delivers when you notice no such thing as a point of zero dimension in reality? If it proclaims to have the truth, but it is based on an untruthful premise, and I mean that in the true sense. Truth is TRUTH. It's telling you you are TH. That's why TH is the S tone. Right? The sword from the S tone, the sword from the stone, Arthur, RTHUR. They're telling us. It's so easy, right? RTHUR. But what does the TH mean? Well, again, coming away from heliocentrism, getting back to the divided aspects within our own core essence, yeah, it tells us a whole hell of a lot. So the truth is the TH, a lie is LIE. So there we have the E and the L again, right? All right. And go downwards with the H. So yeah, so science, the two E's, SISC. So when you see a C, it's an instruction. It's like an or is R. So Christ, CHRIST. So it's like it's a proper word. It's an instruction in itself. It's like, and if you're going to say that's ridiculous. Well, look at as you might understand, the Egyptian hieroglyphs, or say even some of the Chinese or Japanese writing, where just in a collection of seemingly random symbols to us, so much can be said in terms of a word. So it comes back to what a word is, what a letter is, and what it represents. Once again, with the greater context, everything's deliberately and purposefully presented. And yeah, you only need to understand things in your own language that you speak. Yeah. So Bob Nodal, with his usual, I proved the Earth's rotation. Just ask Globebuster. Globebusters were the first scientific proof in history that proved the Earth's rotation. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. They're only on the scene for the last 4 or 5 years, so you put your trust in those, Bob. Nice one, bud. You're not shallow at all, are you? How are you going to feel when you find out that Bob was a fucking actor as well? Bob from Globebusters, but he's an actor with a reason, a rebel with a cause. B-O-B. There we have the to be or not to be in relation to the O, right? When you bring the B and the backwards B together, you get the 8 and the 1. So we showed you the tar earlier on. You get the 8 and the 1. The center of all is the 0, right? How do you get the 9 then? Where does the 9 come out of? Well, you have to take a certain aspect of the 8 and do away with the other aspect. You do away with the lower aspect, and you retain the upper leaning, upper tendency, because there is that divide in place. And that was interesting. It's not interesting, just saying. I'm thinking, what makes a man? What's the measure of a man? Even when you come down to the physiological level, how much can we do away with and still be ourselves? We know that there's all of the body parts you can be replaced. There's people obviously who are well, I guess they're kept alive, but paralyzed from the neck down, and they're still alive, but I guess their body has to be still function in some way. But we can lose a limb and survive. I'm a testament to that. And we can replace lungs, we can replace livers, kidneys, replace hearts, right? So fundamentally, what do we need? Well, we need something to pump blood up to the brain, the vital core organ, because the heart can be replaced. But what aspects of the brain do we need? What can we discard and still be ourselves? I think when you get down to it, when you're right down to it, there's a center point, a 0 point, a ground zero, imperceptible. You can't point at it, but when you lose that, then you stop being you. Whatever you is, I stop being I. Without that point at the top, I stop being I. Everything else can be replaced, and it's still myself. It's like when you're in a sort of very comfortable state, and you're just lying flat on your back in bed, and nothing is moving. You're barely breathing, but you sort of focus in on your core essence. Where does it point you to? I guess it has to be at the center of the head, isn't it? And then understanding that everything else can function, and you can still be, but you can't get a brain transplant. And more specifically, people, we know there are cases, not that we know, I don't know anything, but there are cases of people, they see massive aspects of their brain, and they're still functional, they're still aware, and still themselves. So it comes down to who exactly are we, where does everything stem from? But I'm glad you place your trust in someone you don't trust at all, Bob Nodell's gyroscope. So the reason for your name, your screen name, is to make fun of the guy who proved the basic core tenet, the basic core belief of your system. Isn't that fucking hilarious? 2.88 mind mushroom. It's like this. In a sense, it's like to say, well, Bob is saying, like, it's been so obvious. Even I'm going to go along with my biggest opponent, the guy who I ridicule the most, and say, well, he proved it. That's how easy it is to prove. You see how ridiculous it is? How farcical. It's all farce. It's all a fucking load of farce. That's all it is. It's all a load of fucking farce. All of it. But everyone has to be woken up. That's why there's so many gates. because there's so many minds and so many people coming to these greater realizations. Um, it's like a school. It's like a school. You come and you find, and then you process, and well, if you keep asking, you realize the limitations, and you move on. When is the school term up? I say pretty shortly. All the children here. There's no one back at school now. Bob says, sadly, my dad passed at 42 from lung cancer. Well, four score. That's 80. That's not too bad. 82, isn't it? Four score, three score and 10. Yeah, four score. That's 82. That's not too bad. And as well as that, why is it sad? Why is it sad? Did he have a good long life? I mean, well, I guess it's sad if you think in the sense that you never see him again. If you're a heliocentrist, Big Bang, Boiler Borg antagonist, atheistic, nihilistic, material only, well, I guess it's sad in that sense. But if you're wrong, it's not sad at all then, is it? So that's my comment on that. Pendle, time as a dimension is being artificially limited to a single path. Hmm. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. Um, Movies like Avengers talk about multiple time dimensions, multiple pathways, and how you can sort of manipulate and ride the time waves, ride the time waves. So yeah, I don't think it is. And if you say it is, by whom? By whom? So officialdom is not limited in that sense. They talk about multiple dimensions, multiple. I think they're up to 11, 12 dimensions, and um, well, considerably more multiverses, infinitely more. So, not sure where you're coming from with that. Maybe it's in human perception terms, and well, what is time? Time is me, it, right? Anagram me, it, it, Holy Spirit. I say time is came into being, or ability to sort of appreciate somewhat the word, the sound, the notion, the idea. It's all associated with the sun. Everything relates to the passage of the sun. And well, what is the sun? I still don't know if you're a flat earther or not. And I hope you're a flat earther, Pendle. I'm sure you are, and I mean in the loose sense. Earth is not flat, nor stationary. Something fucking moves, and it's part of us. ARISTARCHUS. But yeah, I take it if you are a flat earther, you know what the sun isn't, which is the flaming ball in the sky 93 million miles away. And if time itself is rated and it is, even in terms of modern science, right? So the second is defined in terms of the light wave leaving the sun and how long it takes for a certain portion of it to receive the observer or to be received by the observer at certain increments, right? Or the distance of a light wave. So, for instance, if a light wave is a certain proportion, well, what proportion of that will reach the observer after a certain fixed time? So they've interconnected both. I talked about this years ago, and well, they've done so. It's not ridicule, it's not mockery, and it's not sort of befuddlement just to get you wrapped up. It is in a sense. It's like you take the literal, you lose. But yeah, beyond the literal, the truth is always known. So what is time? Why are they equating the meter, which is distance, which is space ultimately? Space is defined by the meter. It's the best way of defining space. So the meter is defined in terms of the second, and the second is defined in terms of the meter. So there's obviously an intimate connection, and I'll tell you ultimately what the connection is, whether you believe it or not. It's ether, man. Ether. That's space time for you. Ether. Not anyone is given the same context as I'm given. As I said, the whole arena is set up. Who do you go to? No one's going to say anything I say. I've known that from the longest. Anything I say that's broaching truth will be opposed by the actors in play who have a fixed set role. But yeah, it's ether, and ether is especially more significant now when we consider a flat enclosed Earth, and we consider a broken system. So we have the tree of life emanating from the center, holding back the barrier beyond the waters beyond via this invisible mirror sky. It's an energy barrier, but we have this reactionary force to the actionary force. Newton's law. This is what Newton's law is. Well, Newton never existed. So yeah, this is what it's about. Every action has an equal opposite reaction. This reactionary force then is what decides everything, decides the layering in everything underneath it. As you go approach the barrier, the pressure lowers and you go into a vacated zone. So for all intents and purposes, space, empty space, is the zone just immediately beneath the energized barrier. As you come down lower and lower, then it dissipates out. Like if you push, trying to think of a good analogy here now because I had one just on the tip of my brain. Is that a good analogy? It's possibly a good analogy. It is good analogy. You're in your bathtub, or you're just standing outside your bathtub full of water, and you push down your hand. You see the waves, the force emanating in every direction to a seemingly drastic level in comparison to the depth of the water. Now imagine doing that in a swimming pool and thinking about the distortions, the perturbations at the far end of the deep end or the shallow end if you do it at the center. So it'd be very minimal. So yeah, the further you get from the applied force or reactionary force in this case, well, then the more it dissipates. And this is what happens as we come away from the barrier towards ground level. And everything there is then when Riley and Nathan Oakley and crew talk about buoyancy density, for fuck's sake, as if science is stupid. Come on, for fuck's sake, as if there's no counter argument. They think they have it all worked out. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. I'm sick of it. Anyway, think of it all worked out, but in ultimate, they have no answers to anything. Riley, Nathan, none of the crew will answer what has replaced the vacuum of space. Oh, it doesn't matter. Don't need to know that. Well, we think it's not important. What is the nature? What may be the nature of the necessary container? Don't know. Not interested. What is the sun? Don't know. Don't know. I'm at wonder. I wonder. I'm full of wonder now at the new questions Nathan talks about. I'm after coming away from the lie. I'm after freeing myself from the matrix. But 5 years later, or 10, whatever many years later, I don't know. They ask me any real questions. I don't know. I'm just happy to know that, I'm not living a lie anymore. Well, who are you battling every day? You're battling the ball report send in, who are only minions sent in by the people who already know the truth, the people who compose the lie. So if you're happy at that, well, you're not real. And of course, you're not real. So, yeah, that's the point. But all of these things come into consideration. And yeah, ether, this reactionary force to the life forces, it's God's ejaculate if you want. It's the creator's ejaculate if you want. If you want to put it like that. I think this is what Osiris is about as well. So the fucking dick was cut off and it shoots up into the air. And we live in this divided state, this fallen star, fallen state. And the fallen star, fallen S-tar, which a tar is the able-bodied seaman, so the fallen tar, and well, rise erection. We need to bridge that gap. So yeah, what are all the it matters. Everything has to be taken as a whole. Is a flat earther a truther? Is a truther a flat earther? Everything interconnects, and all the actors should be pretty much well exposed by now. If they're not, you just haven't been paying attention. The fault lies at your door. So yeah, so time, so everything coming back to the passage of the sun. So ultimately, time and then the transformation into space time. It relates to ether. It's the all prevalent soup, if you want, that's present, and it layers everything. So when you talk about relative density, look, think of it like a what do you call it? A massive chicken shed, and you have heaters at the top. Now, it's going to be exerting a certain force downwards. So if a chicken farts, right, um, it will, in relation to the rest of the environment, that fart will rise to a certain level, and then it'll be opposed, right? If a cow farts near the chicken, that will rise to a certain level as well, but then it'll be opposed, and it'll probably be at different levels because of different constituencies, slightly different constituencies. The point being that within the greater structure, then you have room for this density buoyancy layout. But there is a greater prevailing force, and it doesn't negate the prevailing force that everything layers in a density buoyancy fashion. No, it doesn't. It actually proves it in a bigger sense. But you can't have any of these chats with any serious people because they won't go there. They're all actors anyway, but they won't go there. That's what I'm saying. Riley won't. After all these years, Nathan won't say what has replaced the vacuum of space. He won't say it out straight. He won't say anything out straight. None of them will say anything out straight because they just haven't moved. Like Riley says, "Oh, I'm in the Dmitry Kalasov camp. I looked into 9/11 conspiracy in 2008. I haven't revisited it since." Revealing himself, right? Revealing himself. But as I'm talking about in terms of any serious progress, as I'm talking about me producing a video, maybe that would be something I could do. If I had only a goal to work on, yeah, and produce. Maybe I make myself a goal: produce one fucking serious 5-minute video every week. I could. Don't ask. Even just some of the lesser things that I've discovered along the way, it would be. And I don't blowing my own trumpet or anything. I just know how significant it is because it's all within a different context. If I could produce a video, 5-minute video a week, yeah, maybe I should do that. But once again, the truth is already known, and the truth has to be exposed. So, in a sense, the truth has been exposed. Everything is recorded. Bob Nodell. Well, Bob, I mean, 12 years now, and still miss him. I mean, I'm not taking. I didn't mean to ridicule in the last sense, but I've come away from materialism. I say you meet again, man. I say you meet again, and your dad's passing. Nothing to be sad about. It's just a process, right? It's only when we think that this is all we have, this is all we are, the BODY, that it is sad. But if you're wrong, then it's not sad at all. I don't view death as sad in that way, but I do get it, right? I do understand. So, well, do the right thing then, Bob. Do the right thing, and you might be rewarded with a reunion with your dad. You do the wrong thing. I think that if you do the wrong thing, there's a punishment. Being alone. Imagine that. I do not know you, Jesus said. Imagine, imagine you're in the cold of the greater beyond, and you're just clinging for it and time passes, and all there is that cold and empty, lonely eyes. Any friendly voice, anything to do. But if everyone or everything just ignores you, do not know you, that's the ultimate hell, isn't it? Left with your own cognizance. But yeah, well, do the right thing then, Bob, and maybe you're doing the right thing. Maybe you've taken a sort of a pact, that you'll play a deceptive part, but you're only doing it because you're ultimately doing the right thing for the greater awakening of humanity. If not, if you're doing it for other reasons, you gotta stop doing it, man. You gotta stop doing it, no matter what the reasons are. Even though, look, I can imagine many things. Maybe there's lots of people involved who are being blackmailed. I won't press charges against your internet history, browsing history, or other infractions if you do this. As long as you do that, look, we'll pay you. Then you're good. That's a possibility. I don't know. Whatever your own circumstances are, it's clear you're playing a deceptive role. I don't mean to go into that, but if your dad is elsewhere, imagine your dad was looking down at you. What would you have to say? Because, as I say again, it's clear full well Bob Knowles' gyroscope didn't prove that the Earth moves. You know full well that. Admit that now in chat. Before your dad, you say you miss, and that's probably going back. That's going back ages ago now. So sorry about that. But admit that before your dad, that Bob Knowles' gyroscope didn't prove that the Earth's surface itself moves. It proved something moved, but you know damn well it didn't prove that the Earth's surface moved. Admit that. Give me a chance to admit that now when I roll a cigarette. Pendle, I was talking about Bitcoin. Emerald Rider, how you doing, man? Hang on, let me just go back. After missing a load of chats actually, so I'm going back to. Okay, okay, sorry about that. I should probably go to the but then I miss all the messages. Bob Noel Gyroscope says the only reason I picked a big rig is the fact that I used to be a trucker 10 years around Ireland. Get the fuck, man! You're Irish. You're Irish. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're Irish, and you drove a big rig around Ireland, and you don't know Ireland is flat. So I know you're playing a role. So I meant you're playing a role then, man. Ireland is flat as anything. You've never experienced curvature in your life. Tell the truth. Tell the God's honest truth. You've never experienced curvature in your life. Tell it. Tell it. Big rig. Tell it, Bob Nolan's gyroscope. Big rig. You've never experienced curvature in your life. Tell the truth. You've never experienced movement in your life. Tell the truth. Because if you're face to face here with me in Ireland, I'm in Limerick City, and you said that shit to me, I know you were lying. I'm not saying about the reason you picked the truck because you used to be a trucker. I'm saying that if you told me that you did experience Earth's movement, that you did experience curvature as you were traveling from the south of Ireland to the north of Ireland or from the west to the east, I know you were a liar. And I push you further. I think you were a liar, first of all, but push you further. And then if you couldn't answer, I'd know you were a liar. And especially not because I wouldn't do that to any Joe Soap off the street. They're considering stuff for the first time. You have direct experience in that, and you're also considering flat Earth for, well, umpteen years at this stage, I'm sure. So whatever is your ultimate motivation, yeah. If you're driven around Ireland, there's no fucking curvature to be had. We don't live, the sky is curved. That's all. That's all, and you know it. No, you know it. As I said, if you're playing a role because you've been led into some greater truth, that's fair enough. I can't do anything about that. But I don't know if that's the case. You could be a dirty, rotten, no good liar. You could be being blackmailed into playing this antagonist role for your own infidelities, indiscretions, etc. I don't know. You could be doing it for the greater honor, the greater awakening of mankind, the highest, most noble, haughty of goals. I don't know. Because you're just a character on the internet here, face to face, a different story. Different story, man. Absolutely different story. Emerald Rider, I'm a big rigger myself. Okay, how you doing, Emerald Rider? What good is Bitcoin without electricity or network access? I was just talking about Bitcoin earlier on. The so-called creator, another phantom, another, what do you call it? I mentioned Joseph Atwell, and who was I can't think. I have to go way back now, but he was talking about all of the sort of CIA infiltration into sort of modern cultural delivery. But yeah, they were all looking for Bitcoin way back, and they must be millionaires by now. He must be a millionaire. And who's the other guy? And he used to work in the movie industry as well. Jesus, I have to cast my mind back. He was a great contributor as well, but always looking for all of these different Nathan Oakley must be fucking wealthy enough now. If he's got even one Bitcoin from all the contributions over the years, he's 30 grand, 33 grand, well off, and he has to have more than that. Has to. Because, I mean, Bitcoin's way back. I'd be interested to, how much was a Bitcoin back in 2013? If it was like cents or dollars even, I wonder how much was it when Nathan first started asking for Bitcoins? Even if it was like, say, $10 back 4 or 5 years ago, now that it's $33,000, I can have that'd make you a rich man really quickly. But anyway, yeah, another control mechanism, and it's creating false wealth though, so where does the true wealth lie? Yeah, so I'm not too interested in any of that. Okay, well, if there's personal conversations, I know, and I want. So the next comment aimed at me was, okay, Emerald Rider, Pete, whatever happened to Jamie Brown? Heard he took up magic and disappeared. He was back on tonight, man. He's on as vegan realist. I was on Jamie Brown's last year, and yeah, Jamie's acting. He's acting his part. He's controlled in some way or other. But he's on as vegan realist. I don't tune in. Last time I said to him, I okay, that's fair enough. I won't be seeing you again, and I won't return to his channel. So yeah, he's still going. Talking about the same old shite. You can't leave flat Earth. You can't go back to a ball Earth. But Jamie never likes to delve too deeply into where exactly he's at. He's landed himself at. So yeah, he's still around, but not part of my consideration anymore. Bob Knowles, just watch behind the curve. Come on, Bob. I'm taking the piss. The reason my name is to promote the failed experiment done by Glowbusters. Yeah, I know. Running is medicinal. PJ, how you doing? Running is medicinal. Elbow cough, elbow cough. Let's put up this comment. The fixed actors only in your head. Oh, sure, Bob. Sure. No conspiracy. What is Corona real, Bob Noodle? Is Corona real? Is 9/11? Did 9/11 go according to the official story? You better be careful as well. If you take the piss too much, I'll block you. Right? So don't be insulting me or insulting my intelligence. You remember that? And if you're in Ireland, Bob Nodell, if you're in Ireland, fucking say where you are in Ireland. If you're an Irishman, and claim to be a proud Irishman. Start speaking some truth, or I'll block you. Actually, I'll block you shortly enough if you don't fucking cop on, and especially when you're bringing emotional stuff in with your father, your lost father, and here you are promoting lies like a big fucking liar, right? So I'm just warning you. Behave yourself, or I'll boot you. Know your limitations. That's what I'd say, and have the right. Where's the beer tonight? Have it, man. Have it. Six pack. I bought a six pack earlier on. You have a problem with that? Yeah. Well, you should. Well, you don't need to be sorry you brought your dad into it. But what's your position on it? Will you meet your dad again? Is that the end of you and your relationship with your dad? Let's be honest. But you can't be honest, right? You won't be honest in anything. Any of the questions I asked you won't be honest in. So yeah, don't. You shouldn't have said that because I take it you were honest in that, but I didn't ask any questions in relation to that. You offered that up here in public chat, and I asked you to be honest about other questions. You won't be though, right? And that's what I don't like, man. And especially because you say you traveled around Ireland, that doesn't mean you are Irish. If you are Irish, fucking man up, man up, man up, fuck off. That's what I would say, because there's so much deception going on here, and you're playing your part in it. That's all. Barbara McGill, how you doing? Do you know, Barbara, for a while I suspected that Quantum Eraser and you were one to say, would you believe that? If that turns out to be true, fuck off. I've definitely heard it in his voice, though. I said, fuck it, let's spit an image of Barbara McGill and how she talks. And or sort of, or I'm just having a cigarette there. You know our controversial points in the past, Barbara. Which I just speak in my mind, right? Speak in my thoughts. Would not be hilarious. That'd be fucking hilarious. The wonderful green hue to the sky. It's like half one here in Ireland. It's a wonderful color. Yeah. So how you doing, Barbara? Well, here, yeah. Let me post a link, Barbara. Join away. Be genuine and honest with me now. Don't piss me off. And you're most welcome. When I said about Quantum Eraser, that's hilarious, man. But only because I heard. I know he's playing a role as well, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's playing other roles. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was a man dressing up as a woman as well, as one of those roles. But that's just what do you call it? There's a link in chat. Just press the link, and I can clear you to join. And I'll probably stay on for another half an hour or so, if you want. If not, it's okay. You can do it next time. There you go. There you go, Barbara. Straight in. Straight in. That's the quickest the woman has ever been straight in with me.
Am I in your chat or what?
No, you're on air, Barbara.
What's going on, Pete?
Hello.
How are you?
Well, that's a question, isn't it? How does one answer that? At the moment, I'm not too bad.
Oh, we don't answer that with certainty, do we?
Generally, we with platitudes, right? I'm grand. I'm doing grand. But that doesn't tell even half the story.
I, you know what? I'm still a fan of yours, right?
I know you love me, Barbara, and I love you too, right? But what I say, I still say it, and I don't know any better.
I'm not a dude. I'm a fucking woman.
Wow. You stressed the fucking part there. Does that mean you're sexually active, Barbara? Are you available? Can you do a strip for all of us here?
Can I strip for all? What? What did you say?
It's just you said you were fucking active. So I mean,
I
you may,
said I'm not a guy.
but I thought you said you were fucking active. So I thought you were actively fucking.
I'm not
Okay, that's
sure.
good. Okay.
I'm saying I'm not a fucking dude. You have said for the last 2 years that I am a dude. You know that's bullshit, right?
I told you I don't know anything. I don't know anything. If you were to, what do you want me to say? If I was to, if someone gave me
I want you to tell me you're sorry for being an asshole.
no, I can't do that. I wouldn't. I
Okay.
wouldn't. Let me say this, Barbara. I wouldn't offend. I try not to offend anyone, sort of callously or out of some sort of bitterness or resentment or anything like that. What I say, what I said. I have those suspicions. Now you
What does
can say
it
that they're misplaced suspicions.
what does it take for you to say I'm sorry?
If I have something to be genuinely sorry about. Now
Nye, you told everybody I was a fucking dude.
I did. I said I suspected you may very well be transgender.
I'm not transgender, man.
Yes, but I don't know you, Barbara. I know you're playing a part, and why you're
I'm
playing a
not
part.
playing a part.
Listen, come on. Well,
Pete,
okay, okay. If you're not playing a part, what have you learned in the last? How have you advanced in the last? I say 5 years. I met you first of all. How have
oh
you
my
advanced? Where are
God.
you at now?
I am at the place where the world amazes me.
Sure. That's like it's like an actress. You're like an actress delivering.
I'm not an actress, Pete.
But the way you said it, I'm at the place where the world amazes. It's like you're giving a sort of an acceptance speech
I'm
for.
not giving an acceptance speech.
Is the
I'm,
world divided? Is the world? Are you divided from your male counterpart then, Barbara? Like I talk about the divided state of us. Is the Earth in a destroyed state? So as opposed to a beautiful state, which can be viewed as being beautiful, but in comparison to the natural state of the Earth, it's ugly. It's a wasteland. What do you think?
the world has been a wasteland for many years.
Okay, and you know this. So what's beautiful about a wasteland?
I'm not sure.
Hmm. Bob Nodell says he's from Kilkenny, and he talks about driving across Ireland. You're in the States. You know the Earth is flat. The surface is flat, right? It has to be, and
Mm.
stationary. It's not moving.
Mm.
Now, you've always known that. But I wonder when you knew that first, Barbara. Were you born knowing that? Did your parents tell you earlier on? I think they told you earlier on. I think that's how it's transmitted. It has to be.
Well,
No one told me. You know what I mean? Everything I've
my
come to find out.
my dad told me kind of.
Okay.
I mean, he kind of said, "This is what it is, Barbie."
Okay.
And so I've struggled with that.
How does your dad know, Barbie?
He worked for IBM.
Interesting. Interesting. There's a regular contributor in chat here called Adrian, who has a particular fixation revolving around pi, which I understand now, but more so than revolving around IBM and its association with pi. Now, you talk about a Mobius strip before, and
Yes, I talked about Mobius strips.
but that connection to IBM is very interesting. But I
Of
mean,
course it is.
so surely, as your relationship and your ability to understand developed, you asked more and more questions. What's the truth of our situation? Are we actually? Let me ask you this, Barb. You don't have to reveal anything, but are we saved or are we fucked? What do you think? I say we're saved. What do you think, genuinely? What do you think,
Oh,
Barbie?
it's heartbreaking because I think so many people choose to be dumb.
Okay,
And when you choose to be a wee bit smart, then other people call you a shell.
okay.
So I'm not sure what we are. However, I'm sure we are vibrations floating in the ether.
That's
And and how funny is it that this guy brought up Mobius strips? Because I talked about that like
remember.
4 years ago. What does that mean to you?
Well, first and foremost, it means the differing nature of Earth and my existence here. What it means to me ultimately is, well, everything stems from the zero. So the Mobius strip representing the twisted zero, but
Mm.
I know it's, I know it has a different application. It's an impossibility, right? You can't produce a Mobius strip because it's like an upside down or like a walking down the stairs where you're walking up it. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. But is it applicable to reality? I say it is, Barbara, and it goes
I
back
think it
to.
is.
Yes, I think it goes back to the movements of the core itself, which is for me, Aristarchus, as it moves up and down in a circular fashion and in and out at the same time. And this is what it expresses as. That's the way I see it. And when we look at the sky, when we look at the sky, I mean, when you look at the sky now, when you've always looked at the sky since you've been aware, since your dad told you, what did he say the sky was? Did they? That's a difficult question. I'm putting you in the spot because if you were
Well,
told at a certain point that the Earth's surface was flat and stationary, what's the sky? What's the moon? Why are the moon and the sun the same size? Is one a reflection of the other, Barbara? Like I've been saying for.
maybe. What my dad told me was that the moon landing couldn't have happened as they said it did.
Okay.
I've always said that, and I will repeat that because my dad worked for IBM. So maybe I think that things are not as they say.
Yes, but come on, Barbara. If he told you that years ago, and here you are in the midst of
I was 6 years old, Pete.
yes, but what did he didn't die shortly after that, and or you
He
didn't
did
not see him
die.
after that.
He did die.
Yeah, but not shortly after that. Surely you would have expanded more upon that. And before he did die, hopefully of a natural long life, natural causes,
I
that
can't
he,
expand upon his life.
yes, but did he expand upon, okay, Earth is not a spinning ball. Did he say anything about what the stars were, what the nature of who you were, what we
What
were? Did he
what
know?
he told me was that when you are in the Navy, you either focus on constellations or woodworking.
Constellations.
The stars or woodworking.
Oh, constellations. I thought it was consolations. Constellations are woodworking. Woodworking. What do you mean?
So when American men were in the Navy, like
Yeah.
during
Woodworking. That's interesting
yes,
because I say all the stars stem from the tree of life, which is Aristarchus. So
yes,
why do
I agree.
you agree
Yes,
with Aristarchus?
I agree on the tree of life.
But do you agree that it's called Aristarchus?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It makes
So
sense
that
that it would be, wouldn't it? If all of the skylights stem and all of the stars and the wandering stars stem from the one star, our eye star, because it would make sense, wouldn't
how
it?
do we know, Pete?
Well, because the truth is always known. Because, like your dad came to know the truth, he must have been let in on the truth unless he figured it out himself. So, how does it work, Barbara? I'm not affiliated with anybody. I don't. No
I,
one's telling me.
I'm
No one's
just
telling me these core truths. So, how does it work? If I'm let in on the truth, must I adhere to a certain code?
no, you can't. However,
Did you
what
call me a cunt?
I didn't call you a cunt.
Oh, I thought you said you can't.
I said you can't.
Yeah. Why are you calling me a cunt for,
I'm
Barbara?
not calling you a cunt.
I'm kidding. Americans can't say curse words. They can't say British
I
curse
can
words.
say many curse words.
Okay, say
However,
cunt. Okay, repeat after me. Say cunt.
cunt.
But as you would say, as if you were calling somebody that word. Say it.
I would call somebody a fucking cunt. Yeah?
It doesn't quite sound right, but it's say bollocks. They can't say bollocks either. American.
Bollocks.
Yeah, it's all bollocks, right?
It's all bullshit.
or twat. Another one is twat. Can you say twat?
Many people are twats.
Yeah, I see it's twat as well. It's just honestly those three words that don't you can't say cunt, twat, or bollocks. Now I'm not picking out those particular. Isn't
What
it
I'm
funny,
what I'm
Barbara?
saying here, Pete, is like I grew up in a family of I don't want to reveal too much. However, my dear father told me that things weren't as I thought they were. So it plagued me for many years.
Okay.
And I get sick of people calling me shills or
A
I'm not a
tranny.
shill. I'm not a tranny man. I got
Don't say
four
tranny.
beautiful children. I got four beautiful children.
Yeah. Well, I don't take that away from you, Barbara. You are what you are. I'm just someone on the internet, and when
I
the
we
suspicion,
are we are what we are here, Pete.
when the suspicion, when we're involved in such a suspicious environment, everything is up on the table. And of course, you have for years always maintained a vague enough position, but
Well, I can be vague because
but
my
now you tell
aunt
me you knew the Earth was flat from an early age, from 6 years of age.
yes.
Is it time to reveal? I reckon, and I've given the order myself, Barbara, that all the actors have to reveal themselves. But
I'm
is
not an
it time for
actor,
all the
dude.
actors to reveal it? Well, yes, you are, because if you said from the very outset that your dad told you this and you believed from an earlier age that the earth is flat and stationary, then you wouldn't be hanging around with border antagonists and you wouldn't be supporting their position.
Pete,
Go on, Barbara.
I argue with my soul every day.
Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that.
I do.
Well, have you lost your soul?
No, I
No.
have not lost my soul. However, I
Don't
argue
argue
with
with it then.
it doesn't make me a bad person.
No, but who's doing the arguing?
I'm not sure, man.
Right. So have you separated yourself from your soul that you can argue with your soul, take an opposing point of view? You believe, Barbara, that soul is you, Saul, right? Do you believe what I've said? Do you think that well, I asked you a question. I don't recall your answer. Do you hold that you're not necessarily you, right? But do you hold that man and male and female are divided and the soulmates are the opposing last aspect?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And I believe that we are in a place where, oh, I don't want to sound offensive.
No,
However,
speak freely. Come on. You can speak more freely here than anywhere else. It's not monetized. Speak openly. Say exactly what you want. Speak your mind, Barbara. Speak to your soul. You know, Piche, my heart is true, right? And every encounter I've had with you, I speak my mind. If I have these suspicions, I'm always prone to being wrong. And if I am wrong, I will say sorry, absolutely. If I have something definitely to say sorry for, because of the nature of this arena and nature of this equipment, technology, etc., we can only ever come so close to somebody. But please speak to your soul,
the
Barbara. Please
nature
stay
of
grounded.
this arena is fucking controlled by the Jays. It is controlled,
Right.
and forget about being honest. Let me be honest. No, don't do that because the Jays are going to come get you.
Who's the Jays? What do you mean by the Jays? The Jays?
You know what I mean by the Jays.
Jays. It's not coming to me honestly. What the Jays?
The Jays are the Jews.
The Jews. Okay, I should have guessed maybe, but the Jews. Okay, there's a big. Well, I've talked about it. There's two strong contingents and flat Earth in terms of the arena. We have the Bible literalists, the Christians, and we also have a Jewish.
No
Yeah.
one wants to talk about the Jews.
Well, who are the
They,
Jews?
you tell me.
Well, I think there's a different story going on. The Jews are scapegoats, I think. And this is why the Jews
Oh,
are
come
presented
on,
as
man.
well. Listen, well, answer me this: why were the Jews placed front and center on 9/11? Actually, no. Actually, I take that back, Barbara. I take that back. Where does the Jew rest? Where does the Jew rest? The Jew rests on the ground, right? Always towards the base. This is how the picture is painted. Always towards the
This
base.
how he has survived
Right.
underground for
So,
years and years and years and years.
right. But when well, okay, this is okay. This is interesting now because I say, I think the Jew rests on the ground. It all represents the Jews are circumcised, right? So, I talked earlier on about the vital fluids being because of this divided state, the vital fluids of the male pooling in the testes, right, the testicles, and the females in the breasts, right. Now, with the Jews, you are circumcised. So, if there's a possibility of us being able to bridge that broken circuitry by cutting that, circumcising, cutting off from the circle, right, then you are fundamentally cutting yourself off from your true nature, from God, if you want. And I think ultimately it's all metaphor. The Jews are their part in metaphor, in us making our way from the lower aspects back up towards finding grace and finding reconnection. I think that's why the Jews are placed in this pivotal role. They're actors on this greater stage. The whole race, I think, is an act. Barbara, I'm coming from a point of view that Earth's history as we know it in this broken form is 422 years old. And the Jews, in terms of how we know the mean, sort of spiteful, greedy Jew with the long nose, he's created a creation of Shakespeare. same hands that created Shakespeare, which for me are the same hands that wrote the Bible. And for me as well, this is why the Jews were placed front and center in terms of the 9/11 conspiracy story.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Pete, you're too kind.
Okay, well, okay, well,
You are
okay.
too kind in regards to
I get you.
religion.
I get you. I know there's real stories and real shit about the Jews as well, and real
Yeah,
control
I'm
mechanisms.
not a fucking hater.
Hatter, hater.
However, maybe I am.
But
Maybe I want to denounce my fucking.
are you Jewish?
Of course, I'm not Jewish, dude.
I thought you were saying there. Maybe I want to denounce my background.
I'm not Jewish. I'm trying to understand how Christian people accept Jewish people who killed their Messiah. Explain to me this fucking shit. Who is Jesus? Who are the Jews? Who are the fucking goy? Explain to me all this bullshit. Then tell me about the shape of your world. These people have control of the very shape of your world. I'm
Mm,
listening, Pete. You're going to
well,
have an answer for me.
no, I'm just thinking that they didn't have control over your dad's knowledge. What did you passed on to you?
No,
And
yes, my dad was a wee smart Irishman.
Narsman,
Irishman.
Narsman. I thought you said Arsman. What does that mean? Is that a position in the navy? If you don't go for the consolations, you go for the
I'm
big
not
boat.
sure. He was just an Irishman.
He was now from what part of Ireland? You must know that because I'm Irish, right?
I know you're Irish.
So, what part of Ireland was your dad from? Where are you? Where do you stem from?
Well, I was adopted.
Okay, where did your dad stem from then? Oh, he's not your. Well, did you find your
So,
real dad, your real parents?
yes, I did. So I am half Irish and half Native American. So my dad from Ireland was from the Highlands. He was a pick. How do I know this? Don't laugh, Pete.
Well,
Don't laugh.
you definitely look half Irish, half Native American, and your dad was a pick from Ireland. Nice one.
I have the bloodline to prove it.
A pick. What do you mean a pick? What's a pick?
You know what a pick is.
Actually, I mean, it's a sort of a sect, a Pict, isn't it? A Pict sect. What does that
So,
even mean?
what is the bloodline of the Picts?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what any bloodlines mean anymore, Barbara. And even when it
Why
comes
are
back to the
you
Celts,
laughing about this?
well, I thought you said Picts. He's from the Pict line, but now
Pick, pick, pick.
Pict. Okay. Um, well, the Celts come from France. Did he originate from France? Do you think Paris has an important part to play in all of this? Yeah.
The Picts originated from Ireland and they immigrated to Scotland in boats. What's so hard to figure
How
out?
long? Well, it's not. It's just a. Well, how long ago was that, or what's the sort of official story there?
And my mom was Indian.
You don't look Indian.
What do I look like?
No, no, you don't look Indian. Native American is you definitely you don't have a sort of a tint to your skin color, which would be sort of a half caste, wouldn't it? An Irish is definitely more pallid, paler skin. So if you had an Irish father and a Native American mother, you'd have a sort of a half caste mixture. Some sort of
I have a
abuse.
half caste.
Okay. Well, look, you don't have to go into that, but if your dad
I
is
will go into that.
but
I
hang on,
will.
let me ask you, Barbara, so the pics are you saying the pics? I've heard the term before. I'm not too au fait with it, but are you saying that they are indigenous to Ireland and then they spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many years ago was this, or what time scale are we talking about?
Oh, good goobity goo. It's
Roughly.
like many years ago. And so, what they say about the Picts is that the RH factor bloodline lies with 4 Irish women.
I'm very interested, Barbara, and I know this sort of stuff. Okay, go on. Yeah.
So, I have a very rare blood type.
Okay. Which
I can
is
I can trace it back to 4 women. Um,
orgy.
my father came from Scotland. He worked in America, and then he kind of hauled ass. And then my mom was Native American.
Okay.
I have done a DNA test. It's a weird thing.
Oh, but did you ever actually meet your real father then? Because you were adopted.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
have 3 brothers in Glasgow.
Uh, well, did it look like you?
I don't know. They don't want to meet me.
You see three half brothers or full brothers?
Half.
Well, maybe time, if that's true, maybe time will change all that. If you definitely want to meet them, maybe they'll have a change of heart. But that's interesting. I mean, whew, I should look into this. So much stuff we should look into more. But I mean, when you talk about the pure bloodlines, and it goes back to 4 Irish women.
Yes.
In
Look
what?
into AB negative bloodlines
Hmm.
with the Picts.
Wow,
Irish.
that's interesting, Barbie. Now we should talk about this on a different level, I think, because here I
Maybe.
think you're maybe expressing some core truth and some core
It is true.
knowledge. So, what's special about the Picts then? Is there something special about the Irish? I was even saying that to someone today.
Of course, there's something special about the Irish.
Yes, but I mean, I was even saying that to someone today. But I suspect that there's something special about every nationality. But is there something especially special about the Irish? And if so, what? What do you think?
I can't prove it. However,
No, I know that. What can we prove? But what? Yeah. What do you think?
I am from Ireland originally. My father was a Dolan.
A Dolan. Okay.
So, in order to have AB negative blood type, you have to come from 4 Irish women. And those Irish women were called Picts.
Okay.
Check into it, man.
But
Research back for me.
okay, if you're talking about 4 Irish women, you have to be going back to a certain set point in the past because it's impossible that a bloodline can stem from 4 Irish women unless you go back a good distance, right? You can't just.
Mm.
So how far back are you talking about?
Um, over 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, me and Martin Leakey agree that there was not a thousand years ago. Hear that?
Well, what happened? Has Pete left? My God, what the fuck happened?
Sorry about that, Barbara. I mean, it's late enough here, so but I mean,
I hear you, dude, but
what do,
you
what do
know,
you think? What do you think about Martin Leakey then? I was going to say Martin Leakey and myself agree
I
that
I mean, I don't know
this
about
earth
that
doesn't
dude.
extend. Well, I would say this earth doesn't extend back that far. There, 1,000 years ago, didn't exist on the planet Earth.
Well, Pete, are you not Irish?
I am what I am. Um,
Okay, then check
Born onto
into.
this land, yeah.
Can you check into Pix?
I surely will. And by the way, Barbara, I'm sure you know this already. Declared myself King of Ireland or King of Eire on the grounds that we're all the highest authority on the land. Right, this is our natural inheritance, even destroyed as it is. So I should definitely check into that, and that's why
You
the mayor
should.
rang up about it.
Dude, I can't make this shit up.
No, I know that, and the problem is when it comes to sort of official history. And I'm sure the Picts are part of official history, and so much of that is fabricated. And just like your dad
I
was telling you, just like your adopted dad was telling you that obviously that you know with your
no,
own dad,
I mean, we're
yeah,
talking about two different families.
right? But just like your adopted dad was telling you, the moon landings are a hoax, they're not as old as it appears. Well,
Well,
history is of the same kind, right? Has to be, has to be,
yes,
right?
because he worked for IBM
Hmm.
and people get me mixed up. I was born of one life
Hmm.
and I lived another. So I was born with people who didn't want me. So then I lived another life with people who did. Don't make me a shill. I have
Well,
laid my heart on the line for fucking 7 years, Pete.
where is it
7
taking you?
years.
Then? Where is it taking you, Barbara? You don't need to prove anything to anybody, right? Except ultimately to yourself. Where's it
It's
taking you now?
it's taken me to,
Hell and back?
yes,
No. At least you know what hell it looks like next time you may encounter it. You know to divert away from it.
and I'm not sure what the world is. I don't know. I know it is not what they tell you.
No.
And I
Do you think?
keep
Yeah.
making videos on YouTube because I'm stupid. And I just want to like share something.
Well,
Something.
you do what you got to do. Do you think we have the ability to figure out what's going on, the nature of our home and the nature of ourselves? Do you think that's written into the greater divine energetic plan?
Yes.
Me too. Me too. And these are the times we're in. These are the transitionary times we're in. And what do we crave at the end of the day, Barbara? Is it truth? Is it comfort? Is it
Peace.
peace? Yeah, that is the next one. Is it solace? Is it grace? Is it return? Is it reunification, repair? I think those times are upon us, right? There's no denying that.
Yeah, they are upon us. I feel it. It's like every day I'm thinking, my God, we're dying here.
to die wouldn't. What's the fear in death? I mean, do you live forever, Barbara?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we can't seem to do
We
much harm then, leaving suffering and hardship and pain behind. And yeah, uh, death is misconstrued, maybe.
I don't
Hope you.
know, dude. I thank you for letting me on your
No
stream.
worries. No worries, Barbara. I mean, I put out the shout out, the link earlier on. It's like I have to go over, really have to go now because it's nearly 3 o'clock. But next time I come on, if you come on earlier, we'll have a much more elaborate chat, I'm sure. And well, maybe I don't know, get places. Where do we hope to get at the end of the day? Anyway?
I'm not sure what we hope to get.
I'll tell you something, Barbara. Here, the town's like a ghost town. I knew all of those zombie movies and viral infection, or not viral infection, infection movies throughout the years. I haven't watched television. I knew they were leading towards something, and that's exactly what it looked like today. It's like a ghost town, like a
Mm.
zombie infected, deserted uh, a city.
It
This is the fourth. This is the third biggest city in Ireland, and there was no one around. So this is the new. I think we're in the transitionary times, and what will come out of it? Well,
it
hmm,
is the zombie apocalypse.
we are the zombies. The zombies eat the brains, right?
Of
Don't we
course, we're
practically
the
eat the brains
zombies.
brain
So
food?
how we choose to handle this is interesting.
It's down to you, the individual. There is no
Yes,
we
it
in
is.
a sense. Yeah.
I'm very scared. I'll be honest. I'm fucking scared.
Nicholas in chat says this chick sounds like she's going to cry every 2 words. What do you reckon, Barbara?
I'm gonna cry.
Now, 2.88 Mile Mushroom says, vengeance, honestly, that's what I crave most these days. Bloody revenge, retribution. Um, yeah,
Nicholas has no fucking clue about the world. If
well,
you
yeah,
understood the world, you would sound like you are. Yes, I'm a slow talker. I'm Southern.
as far as, okay.
No, I do. Sorry for interrupting your chat.
Don't worry about that. I don't pay much attention to the chat in general, as you probably know by now anyway. You can handle yourself, Barbara. Nicholas has a point, but that's okay. He's just another anonymous contributor making an off the cuff comment. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things I'd like to ask you over a serious conversation. So maybe I'll do a hangout soon enough again. And if you spot me on, I'll present the link. So Barbara's gone there. I'll present the link earlier on. Thanks for, I didn't mean for you to go immediately. I'm going to close up now, but yeah, I must look into the pics because it's been mentioned before. But yeah, I'll always have in mind historical revisionism and in my own mind a very recent origin to Earth in its current broken, divided form. So yeah, excellent, nice one, Barbara. And the mind, Nicholas. There, even though Nicholas has a point, it's you can't take that away from him. You do sound like you're going to cry every few words, and you're emotional about it. Which is fair enough. And you are a slow talker as well, so we can't take that away from them. So that's just pointing out the obvious. So we maybe give everyone a chance. But thanks for joining, Barbara. Yeah, next time, definitely ask you a few more probing questions, especially considering you've been aware that the Earth is flat and stationary since the age of 6, which is a revelation tonight, and especially since you yeah, well, you have a certain pathway within this arena. But as I think was happening, everything must be revealed coming to the turning point here. I think we passed it anyway, but just this transitionary period. So, well, fair play for that. Like those with ears here, right? Next time, I might get around to reading a few more entries from the Gospel of Thomas. I probably just need to do that at the start, play a few songs, and then just go straight into it, because and then hit it for half an hour and get some of that. But otherwise, I think that's it for the night. Nice one. No Rage Anywhere. Rage Against the Machine. But yeah, anyone listening, still, thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed the music and the sort of fairly free flowing conversation anyway. And well, until the next time, I won't leave you with a song because it's too late. I haven't sang that in ages now, Party Glass. But yeah, until the next time, love to all, and yeah, take care. So I love you, Miss Steve. All the best.